पहले इन्होंने बोला कि आप उससे पूछ लीजिए कोऑर्डिनेटर से कि कैसे होगा, ईमेल के थ्रू होगा, तो ईमेल मंगाई अभी अभी उसके बाद नहीं सर ये
What's that?
Very good afternoon to everyone. I welcome all the participants to this wonderful event. And yes, since couple of the participants have been asking for the schedule that has been shared with all of you, and we'll just wait for another 5 minutes till others join, and then we'll be starting with the inauguration ceremony for the Atal conference. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, hero na. Yes, Baba the Karna. Yes,
Good.
Okay, so right. So, what were we doing here?
Once again, a very warm welcome to one and all. Myself, Tanmay Agrawal, and I'm a faculty of Artificial Intelligence and IPR. And on behalf of Manet, I would like to welcome all of the participants. I extend a heartily welcome to this 5-day faculty development program. And I extend my very warm thanks and regards, and it is a matter of privilege for Manet to be organizing this particular FDP. And Until this particular event has been supported and channelized by Atal, and we are extremely thankful to AICTE, Training and Learning Academy, Atal, for this particular honor for us to be conducting this particular course for all the faculty members. And yes, I would shortly be introducing all of you to the whole team as well as to the chair coordinator. Without taking much time, I would just start this particular conference open. And as you all know, that the theme for this particular faculty development program, that is ROAD. It is about the life skill empowerment for holistic personality development. And we are going to have plethora of speakers having diverse and varied experiences from all walks of life, who would be coming and sharing their life experiences with all of you. And I'm certainly sure that it would be a very worthwhile discussion, and you would be actually understanding from all of their experiences. We'll be having various speakers demonstrating their experiences, as well as the how to enhance your productivity, capacity building, and harmonization, and everything that is very, very important at this particular point of time in this pandemic situation. And it is very important to channelize the energies in the right direction. And without further ado, I would like to introduce uh, Mrs. Meena Agrawal to all of you before we start with this particular conference. Uh, Although you all know her as the coordinator, and you do know her, and here's the brief background about her. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Energy, MANET, Bhopal. Apart from that, she is acknowledged as a wellness counselor, energy healer, Reiki grandmaster, spiritual master. She has over 25 years of teaching experience, most of which has been in MANET, Bhopal. She has notable research paper contributions to her credit. Dr. Meena has also been invited to deliver training workshops for holistic personality development internationally, and she has been working tirelessly to make an impact in the life of people from all walks of life, including students, parents, teachers, and even professionals, nationally as well as internationally. We welcome you, ma'am, and we hope to learn from your kind words. And handing over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tanmay. And on behalf of our Institute of National Importance, MANIT Bhopal, myself, Dr. Meena Agrawal, as coordinator of this Atal FDP, I take this proud privilege to welcome all the participants in this Atal FDP. And as you all know, and you have registered for that only, this Atal is the name of quality. And at once, when we see that Atal, AICT Atal is organizing so many FDPs, we all are thinking that, okay, we should take the benefit of this opportunity. And I congratulate all of you. And I appreciate that you have taken a great conscious decision to participate in this life skill empowerment FDP, to make your lives more beautiful and in all other dimensions also. As all of us are aware, being in technical education, all the advancements, all the different courses, AICT has launched as thrust areas: artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, blockchain, machine learning, and all. Amidst of all these advancements, you have chosen for life skills empowerment. So it's very much appreciable, and it's very much needed also, because life has to be empowered in multidimensional capabilities, because human beings are multidimensional beings. And without having our roots strong, everybody know, if the roots of the tree are not strong, the tree cannot soar high in the sky. So this is an opportunity to delve deep into our own beings and to see how we can empower our lives, and then we can excel in all areas of life. and you people have chosen this. So it shows your quest and thirst to delve into deeper kingdoms of life, deeper, profound insights of life you want to have. It shows that. So I congratulate and I appreciate you very much. Yes, dear friends, certainly in these 5 days, these 5 days can be a wonderful opportunity to go beyond the limiting beliefs and patterns, and thus we all can take a quantum leap into higher levels of consciousness, bringing down more happiness and more fulfillment in our lives. Apart from our other excellences. And this time has been a very testing time of this global pandemic. And we all have been rather going through stress all over. It is giving mental anxiety. So this FDP, I suppose it will be of great help to eliminate that anxiety and develop overall personality by stimulating the hidden potentials of all of us and reach still higher capabilities and enhance the overall quality of life towards joy and happiness. Yes, we all hope to create a positive vibe through the society, especially through the participants, by holistic grooming, so as we can blossom the person into a divine human being with high virtues. At this junction of time, at the onset, I would like to remind you, friends, that as such, we say we are human beings and we are thriving to the spiritual journey and we are going to the high levels of consciousness and this and that. We say like that. But I would like to say that we are actually divine beings to a human experience. That is the that is the dignity we all are carrying. The thing is just to bring out the divine from ourselves. So this FDP, friends, will help you to find out properly what is your passion, what is your mission, what you are good at, and what you can do for the society. Means your passion, mission, profession, and vocation, the ikigai. Okay. So to bring out our best and to allow the life to blossom in multidimensional ways, I'm very happy that we have for these 5 days okay, okay, yes. So we have one Acharya Pratishtha. Her session will be tomorrow. She is from Mauritius. Then we have Dr. Sachinandan Joshi from Indira Gandhi University of Art and Culture, New Delhi. Then we have Dr. Milind Patre from University of Peace, Pune. Then we have Shri Sandeep Atre from Emotional Intelligence and Social Agents, Indore. Then from Amravati, we have Chartered Accountant and Motivational Speaker, Shri Rajesh Chandak ji. Then we have Shri Sangeet Verma ji, and many more. The galaxy and this we shall be seeing for all of the 5 days. And we shall be together. It's a pleasure. I'm full of energy and joy to organize this. It's very close to my heart. And I want that the blessings which I have received from various gurus, I have been connected to many spiritual streams we will be sharing. so as then I can share my joy and a little bit of knowledge and whatever we are having with all of you, with the nationwide faculty members. And I'm very thankful to Atal, AICT Atal, to give this opportunity to manage Bhopal. And we have been working very nicely, very means wholeheartedly we have been working to deliver our best to you. And my whole team has been on toes since last month. I would like to introduce our team members with you, just like to share. We have with us Dr. R.H. Lata Madam, who is a social activist and keep on, wherever there is a social service work, she is always ready to give her blessings and time. She's a yoga specialist, yoga teacher, internationally known yoga teacher. She's connected with the S. Vyasa University and all. We shall be knowing more and more in all these days to come. Then we have Dr. Chaitanya Agarwal, who is professor and dean in National University of Journalism, and he is the main backbone of whole of the organizing team. Dr. Chaitanya Agarwal, yes.
Namaskar, all my dear friends. We are on a journey together, and this is a beautiful journey, a pilgrimage, a Tirtha Yatra towards the temple of life, towards the mosque of life, towards the higher church of life. And definitely this particular opportunity is going to take us all to much higher levels than where we are presently standing. Dr. Meena is having that particular zeal, enthusiasm, as well as that experience of changing lives of people. We are all going to experience that in these 5 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And then we have Dr. Milind Patre from University of Peace. We shall be having his lecture in the afternoon. He will be with us very much. And of course, my fellow colleagues, the fellow coordinators of this workshop, Dr. J.L. Bhagoria, sir. Then we have Professor Dr. Ravi Dwivedi ji. Dr. Dwivedi, sir, I suppose you are here, very much here.
Yes, yes, yes. So certainly we are going to have a wonderful journey in this 5 days, and we would be learning a lot in our endeavor. So time to time we will be interacting with the participants and other learned faculty members also. So we are eager. I guess everybody is eager to listen to the expert. So I'll not take much time. Welcome to everybody from my side. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
And
Vanessa.
of course, I have from my own institute, Manit Bhopal, we have Dr. Namrata, then Dr. Anugrah, and of course, Dr. Tanmay, who is right now anchoring and moderating the session. So this is our team, organizing team, and many more people whose name I have not taken, but they are, with all supports, we have been working, and we hope to deliver the very best to you. And multidimensional sessions we have chosen for this path of road. This is I suppose this journey will prove to be a very nice, smooth highway, and where we can go from self to the various levels of consciousness, and we can explore that how our mind works and how various tools and techniques we shall be discussing how to transform our life into better and better life. Yes, life is very beautiful. It is a mysterious phenomenon, but we wish to peep into and delve deep and find every day we want to find new diamonds and new pearls and blossoming flowers to decor our life more and more, and to live this our own life, family life, society life to a more pleasing, loving, and beautiful life. Yes. So this is a beautiful journey from little known things to a jump to the vast sky of unknown. This FDP will prove to be a journey from the ignorant states to the states of eternal knowledge, from the periphery of life to the core, real, ultimate consciousness. Yes, friends. So I suppose we all are ready for this voyage. And very soon we shall be beginning with our very first session, for which we have chosen a very young speaker. Our dear anchor Tanmay will be introducing to her with you, and dear participants, dear friends, all faculty colleagues, I would say that for getting the best results from this FDP of these 5 days, it is essential that you sincerely attend all sessions. Sincerely means not seriously, but wholeheartedly, with full involvement, with full commitment. And because the learning happens only when your heartfelt desire is there. And then only some transformation is possible in the life. So be total, just playful. We will have very interactive sessions. We would like to be very much interactive. Not only lectures, we shall be having various activities whatsoever are possible in this online platform. Of course, we shall be delivering all those activities, and we shall be enjoying together this beautiful journey of life skill empowerment for holistic development of ourselves and society, and
Thanks a
many
lot.
more to come.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome again.
Once again.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Tanmay.
And before we start off this wonderful faculty development program, and before we start the first session, before introducing the speaker, I would just like to quote a very short word with all of you. So it goes as, when you reach for the stars, you are reaching for the farthest thing out there. When you're reaching deep into yourself, it is the same thing, but in the opposite direction, right? But then when you reach for both of them in the both directions simultaneously, you would have said to span the whole universe, and that is the true accomplishment in the total sense, right? So that is exactly what we have been calling Zoba the Buddha, who is who is the king in whole of the dimensions. May it be the this world that we live in, or may it be our internal, or let's say our whole journey within, right? So I'm sure that this is one of the reasons that all of us have been assembled here for our complete personality enhancement. May it be physical, or may it be mental, or may it be on our soul level, right? So addressing all of these, we would like to start with the conference. And yes, so we have our first speaker, whom I would like to welcome, Sonia Dubey Dewan ma'am. So she is our first speaker for the very first day of the online FDP by Atal, organized by Manet. And she would be addressing on the topic, powerful impressions for successful image building. And we welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Tanmay. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Briefly have her introduction before all of the audience, so that we set this particular flow ongoing. Yes. So Sonia ma'am, who would be addressing on this particular topic, is the founder and the managing partner of the Indian School of Indian Image Management. She is an entrepreneur, an image consultant, an international keynote speaker, and a published author. Sonia is dubbed as a fairy godmother of transformation by a leading news publication. She has over 12 years of experience in personal branding, image management, executive coaching and training, market research, and consumer behavior. India's top companies and startups such as Reliance, P&G, Adani, Tech Mahindra, etc., are amongst her corporate clients. We welcome you, ma'am, and we hope to learn from your kind words. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Tanmay, for the warm welcome and such a lovely introduction. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Meena Agarwal and Dr. Chaitanya, who has been really kind and have organized such an amazing grand event. Looking at the speakers and the people who are presenting in the next few days is just amazing, and to scale and bring it to you for all your personal development, that's a great feat. So first of all, many congratulations to the team, to AICTE, MANIT, as well as Atal Academy to organize such a grand event. And I'm really honored to be one of the opening speakers here. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Now, let me just allow me to share my screen. Just give me a second so that I can do that with all of you, and then we'll begin with the very first session. While I'm doing that, and we will start very soon, if you all have a pen or a paper with all of you, that would be great, because you a lot of activity. It is going to be a highly interactive session. So go and grab a piece of paper and a pen with all of you so that you can then, truly get something out of this event. So I'll give you, 30 seconds to grab a pen and paper, and let's get started. And if my screen is visible to all of you, please write it in the chat box so that it is okay, and thumbs up. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So I believe that everyone has received and got their pen and paper, and we get started with our very first session. Are we all set? Great. So welcome all to image building. This is the first session organized by the organizing committee by Dr. Meena Agarwal and of personal development out or outside in. So in this particular session, we are going to start with the approach of outside. We start with the very foremost, part of, and then we slowly the session with the rest of the speakers coming in and taking you to the innermost of. I'm hearing in the chat box that my voice is breaking. Voice is breaking. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better now.
It's better now. Let's just continue.
It is better. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, sure. Okay, before I begin with telling you about my program and about what I'm going to talk about today, I'll take maybe a few more minutes to just share with you all about myself and my journey, because that will help you in understanding where I come from. So, for profession, I'm an image consultant. I'm an international keynote speaker as well as a published author. I'm also an entrepreneur as well as the first internationally certified image professional in the Indian subcontinent and the 98th in the whole world. I have almost 12 plus years of experience in image management and personal branding, and have been training corporate clients as well as individual clients. There is a newspaper, DNA, who has dubbed me as the fairy godmother of transformation. And that title has been renowned or given to me or bestowed upon me just because of my work with eminent personalities such as CEOs, entrepreneurs, socialites, politicians that I have been working for the past 10 years. The reason that I work in the field of image management is because I personally believe that image management is not something that is totally about your external. It is simply just a reflection of your internal self in the best possible way to the outside world. So what I do is I bring everything that you hold in your personality, your personal value, who you truly are, and reflect to the outside world. So this is what I truly do. And we are going to dive a little deeper into the psychology of image, understanding it. Before I do that, I'm going to take you and give you all a little activity. Now, to do this activity, there is a couple of instructions that you can all follow. I asked you to grab a pen or paper. So what you need to do is, you can do this in the pen or paper. A few of you can write this down chat box. I need a few answers. So if I can have a few volunteers, maybe Dr. Meena, Tanmay, if you can be my volunteers, you can do that in the chat box. For the rest of you, because we are so many, amazing participants are there with us, so I can't read everyone's introduction, but a few of you can write it in the chat. Rest of you, please write it down in your paper. What are you supposed to do? So, step number one, basically, you have to introduce yourself. Okay, how would you introduce yourself? You need to first start with hi or hello, whatever is the like. So hi, hello, namaste, anything is fine. All right. Second thing that you will be saying is stating your name. The third thing, 3 things that you want people to remember you as. The fourth thing, you will again state your name. And finally, you will end it by saying, I'm glad to be here. So for you all, I have actually given one example. If you can see on the screen, my personal example. Hello, I'm Sonia Dubey, a confident, influential image consultant with entrepreneurial skills. And I am Sonia Dubey Diwan, and I'm glad to be here. So that's my introductory statement. This is an example for all of you. So write down your own introduction. If a few of you can write it down, I can see a lot of you are actually writing it. Write it as one statement. Don't write it in parts, because then it will be difficult for me to, follow it through. So one line, one complete statement. Dr. Malati, I would request, she's joined us from Arunachal. That's wonderful. Thank you. If you can write it in one statement, I can read out your introduction. So one line, just like how I have written it on the screen, as one statement. So I've got one here. Okay. Gunalan is saying, hi, Gunalan. Friendly, positive person and a good human being. I'm Gunalan and I'm glad to be here. That's wonderful. So I would request you, Gunalan, to write down the words and this statement with yourself also somewhere. Okay, Tanmay has given his introduction. Thank you, Tanmay. So Tanmay's introduction says, hi, I'm Tanmay. I wish people to remember me as a change maker who contributed in the lives of others and make my country proud here. I'm Tanmay and I'm glad to be here. Wonderful. Such a beautiful introduction. Thank you, Tanmay. Okay, I'm getting a lot of introductions. I'm going to randomly pick and choose a few of them here. I have received one from Rahim. Hello, I'm Rahim Junaidi, Faculty of Mechanical Engineering Department. I'm Junaidi and I'm glad to be here. Nice to meet you, Rahim. Dr. Meena, myself, Dr. Meena Agarwal, happy friend, wellness counselor, spiritual mentor. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, Dr. Renu. Renu, hi, I'm Renu, confident, attractive personality, and I'm glad to be here. So I'm getting amazing, amazing introduction from a lot of you. I'm going to read one more, and for the rest of you, please write it down in your own paper that is with you. This is from Dr. N. Sasaila, if I'm actually reading it, I hope I'm reading it correctly. If not, please, I apologize for mispronunciation. So, hello, I'm Dr. N. Sasaila Devi. I'm doctorate in economics, assistant professor in Government College of Tamil Nadu State. I'm soft nature person and I'm glad to be here. One more, Namaste Dhananjay Anant Vagolikar, a seasoned faculty, energy and industrial engineering professional, striving harmony across people, groups and minds. Dhananjay, I'm glad to be here. I am so overwhelmed with the amazing group of people who have joined us, such talented people, such Americans from all around the country. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you for the introduction. Moving forward, as I said, I could only read a few. I'm not going to read all of them, but please do drop in your introduction in the chat. That's wonderful. And also write it down for yourself in the piece of paper that you have. Reason, we are going to come back to this activity a few minutes later. Okay, so let's get started with our session. This was just for me to understand a little bit about my audience. And yes, we are going to come back to the introduction that we just did right now. Moving forward, today we are going to talk about powerful impression to build a successful personal image for your personal image building. Okay, so let's understand first of all, what is first impression? And again, I want all of you to interact. So in the chat box, I'm going to ask you a few questions and you will have to give me your answers on the basis of that. Okay. So I want you all to actually imagine, for example, let's say, I'm not hoping this for anyone, but just let's say you have been feeling maybe a little bit of, ache in your stomach or some stomach ache or some problem, something is happening. Okay. And it's been going on consistently. You had maybe a couple of home remedies, tried to give yourself some medicine or something, but it is not working out. Okay. So you finally decided to go to a doctor and you said that, okay, my pain is not going. I need to go and see a doctor. So you happen to go to a clinic. Okay. And let's imagine that you're walking into a clinic. You're waiting in the waiting area, because whenever you go to a doctor, there's always a group of people who are waiting. So you go into the clinic, this renowned doctor or a doctor who's well known for his work and everything. Pain is not going. You tried so many medicines, family members told you have this, have that, but this pain in the stomach is not going. So you're nervous that what could be the possible reason behind that? What could be the possible reason that this is happening? So you basically try to figure out that where is this happening? You're trying to figure out the root cause of it. Okay, so in this case, what we are going to do is we are waiting. We are waiting in the room. We are nervous, and finally our turn comes, and the staff says that okay, the doctor is ready for you, and you walk in. The minute you walk in, okay, you see in the doctor's cabin, on the doctor's chair, this person sitting. I want you all to visualize this situation. You have been having stomachache. You tried everything. You're very nervous. You finally are here to see a doctor. You walk into the doctor's cabin in the clinic. At the table, you see this person sitting. How would you feel? Please write down your answers in the chat. How would you feel? Dr. Meena, I hope my voice is clear now. I have tried putting my video off for now.
Yeah, that we can try, because it was breaking frequently. Let's see.
Okay.
Yes, please continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. Well, we are getting a lot of answer. Uncomfortable, will feel I have entered a wrong place. Puzzled, doubtful, very uncomfortable. We feel better in the cabin. Also, a lot of other answers. Yes, he's a doctor, of course. Not hear the question clearly. You enter in the doctor's cabin and you find this person sitting on the doctor's chair. How would you feel? What are the feelings? What are the emotions you'll feel? Will he be able to treat me? Doubtful. I have entered the wrong cabin. Doubtful. Confused, he's a doctor. Will search for his registration certificate. Feeling of a funny natured person. Okay. I will check myself. Shocked. Reaction will be, are you serious? He's a doctor. Confusion. Okay. Confusing. Well, will he address my issue appropriately? Doctor looks different. Oh God, am I meeting the right doctor? Well, a doctor with comic nature. Yes, a lot of answers. Thank you all. Thank you. Such a wonderful participation. This is amazing that each and every one called us. Yes, if I was in your place, I would also feel all these emotions in a matter of maybe a few seconds. All I feel, oh God, God is here. Okay. Will I get the treatment? I'm okay now. I don't want the treatment, and everything will happen. Yes. There will be a mix of emotions. Some of you will feel funny. Some of you will feel puzzled. Some of you feel even more anxious, nervous. Some of you will run away. Some of you will, the daring ones would still give it a try. But overall, if you look at it, there is that one initial hesitation, that one initial doubt, that one initial question mark that came into your mind. Maybe a few of you are very, very open and risk-taking. So you would like to go ahead with it and still try to have a conversation with the doctor and find out that yes, he's the right person and who has a different personality. But majority of us would still feel confused, puzzled, not sure, anxious, am I in the right place, and everything else. Okay, let's park these emotions for now. And let's imagine, again, you all have to answer the question and write it in the chat box. Again, let's imagine that you are going, same scenario, you are getting pain in your stomach, you are going to go and meet the doctor, and you enter the cabin, and this time you meet this person. Now you'd see this person. You enter the cabin, you meet this person, you see this person sitting on the doctor's chair. How would you feel? Confident, okay. He may address the problem, feel very comfortable, confident, great, too good, at the right place, relaxed, at the right place, okay. Comfortable and relaxed, comfort. Comfort is a word that's coming almost everyone, better already. Stomach pain will definitely go. I am with the right doctor, professional. He will treat me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for such lovely participation. This is great. I am blessed to have such a interactive audience. This is amazing. Half pain gone. Bill says half pain gone. Great. Notion matching reality, at least to begin with. Yes, Dhananjay, truly correct. Dr. Dipali says, great, ma'am, for highlighting impression. Yes, we are talking about that. I will be treated in safe hands, and yes, relaxed and confident. Even those who were ready to try it out with the person with the tattoo in the previous example are still, when they see this person, are feeling more relaxed, more comfortable. They enter the room and see this doctor. And in fact, the reality is that both the people are exactly the same. They are not different people. They are exactly the same people. They are not different individuals. What changed? What happened with one versus the other? What changed was your impression, okay? The way you perceive things. And it is not the doctor who's doing anything. It is your own perception, okay? What happens is we as humans over the period of time since childhood are taught things, okay? We educate ourselves, we study, we learn things. So we are taught A for apple. An apple looks like a certain way. It is red in color. Okay, it has a particular shape, and that image is feeded in your brain. So every time you think of the word apple, that word pops up or that image pops up in your head. Stereotyping. Similarly, D for doctor, and an image of a doctor is shown along with the word. Right? So whenever you think of doctor, you think a person wearing that lab coat or wearing a shirt or a tie, safe, light colors, not very bright, always having a stethoscope or something clean, minimalistic. That's what you kind of imagine. It fits the stereotype that we have been taught, we have been studying, we have been constantly reading about. Our brain actually creates a combination, creates syncing of words with image. And when these words and image match, that's where you feel the confirmation that yes, things are all right. Whenever there's a mismatch, that's where we feel uncomfortable. And that stereotyping, that perception, one of the most important thing that happens in that perception is visuals. Why visuals are that important? Because look at the placement of your eyes. It is right close to your brain, right? So whenever you see something, visuals are the fastest to process. I know I'm talking to so many professors over here, so many faculty members. You all would agree with me that when you see something, you are first thing that you do is you process the visual. Your brain processes immediately the visuals, and it goes into your brain, the map of your brain, and find out the image that matches with it. If it is with what you already know, perception is clear, is all right. You feel comfortable. You feel you are at the right place. You feel you're the right person. If it does not, that's where doubt, confusion, anxiety, okay? All of those things actually start to come in. And right now, I'm just talking about physical appearances. I'm talking about visuals. I'm giving you one more scenario. Let's take it to the next level, okay? Now let's see, imagine that you go into the cabin and you are meeting the person who's on the right hand side, the one with the stethoscope and the coat and everything. Looks like, right? All of you said relaxed and comfortable. And I would feel relaxed and comfortable. So we are meeting, we are sitting with this person. Okay, we are sitting with the person on the right hand side, not the tattoo one. And let's imagine that now we are seated there and this doctor is looking down on some reports, okay? And now visualize this, I want you all to visualize this. Without looking up, this doctor asks you, so tell me, what's the problem? You tell the doctor, I've been facing pain and this and that and everything. And you know, it's been going on for some time and I'm not sure what's going on and that's why I'm here. And you said, okay. And the doctor says, okay. But still, the doctor does not look at you. And then the doctor says, all right, here is the 5 tests that you need to do. And here are the 2 medicines that you need to have. Have these for 1 week and then come back to me. Okay. And this was a less than 1 minute of interaction. And imagine during this entire time, not even once the doctor looked at you. He was busy shuffling some papers, reading some reports, looking at his phone, wrote the prescription, did not even make an eye contact while talking to you. And even while talking to you, it was just like, what's the problem? And here is the prescription. Okay. Now tell me, how would you all feel? Would you feel that, yes, it is the perfect treatment that I ever hoped for, I have received? Dr. Malati says she will feel irritated. Okay. Anybody else? Yes, irritated could be one thing. He must be a great expert since allopathy is a symptomatic treatment, unlike homeopathy. Yes. Okay, that's a great explanation. Confused. Doctor with humanity, irritation, pain, confused, respect is the issue. And yes, he could be an expert. He is an expert, Dr. Abdul. That's why we reached there. But the feeling that are you completely satisfied? Not satisfied, unhappy, problem with the doctor. Yes. So even when the visuals met what your expectation, arrogant, yes, we even assume that he is arrogant. Will not be satisfied with him. He may be a doctor, but maybe does not have the right courtesy or the way to behave. So what happened here? Even he looked the part, but he did not behave in the way that we expect. Again, the way the things are, way stereotypes are created, and the way that a positive impression is created. Not justified to the fees paid. Yes, that's another one. Yes. So what is happening? Why I'm giving you all these different scenarios is not only the visuals are important, but even the behavior, the interaction, the presence, the communication, every single thing is contributing for you to get that perfect feeling. Okay. So first impression, yes, the visuals matter a lot. You decided that you were in the right place or not, or you then went a little bit beyond and went into the visuals, the vocals, as well as the behavioral aspect also. The point that we are trying to say over here is, and we are trying to arrive to, that you cannot not communicate. Okay. So even if you are not uttering a word, even if you don't say something verbally, right now, all of you are on mute. You are interacting with me on chat. Maybe a few of you are not even interacting on chat, right? But if I see you, you are communicating something. When you write something in the chat, you are communicating. And sometimes you may not say anything at all, but your presence, the way you carry yourself, your body language, your visuals, everything says a particular message, communicate a particular message. You are constantly communicating to the external world. You are creating stereotype. You are sending a message on an ongoing basis. And that message, when it is done on an ongoing basis to the audience first time, yes, we are judging only outer appearance, not really, Leeladhar. We also spoke about the behavior of the doctor. Only just the outer appearance. We talked about how he would interact with you. So we are going to come to that. It's not just the outer appearance. That's why I said visuals is the first thing that you notice, because it is the fastest form of gathering information. And then you go into the other areas. Then you say something. Then you are, whenever you see something, like for example, even these emergency situations that happen. Like for example, you're crossing the road and there's a bike that comes in. You see the bike coming first, but there's always a split second of gap to move away from the road, from his path or the bike's path, right? So there's always a difference between your visuals and a split second difference between your visuals, your actions, your body language, and then your words. So we are talking about overall things. We are talking about outer as well as inner. We are saying that we are always communicating. Our presence, our body language, our outer appearance always communicate. And when you do this for the first time in front of people, you make impression, first impression. That's what first impressions are. So I want to ask my audience right now. Okay. All my audience once again, on an average basis, what do you expect, or how much do you feel that it takes on an average? How much time does it take for an average person to create a first impression? Anyone? 1 minute, 30 seconds, 1 to 2 minutes. Okay. Instantly, 30 seconds, 3 minutes. All right. A few seconds. Yes. Just 1 minute within a fraction. Correct. Absolutely. Okay. Anybody else? Maximum 5 seconds, 1 to 1 minute 30 seconds. Okay, 7 seconds. All right, you all are correct. It actually takes a fraction of seconds to create a great first impression. Some people say 3 seconds, some people say 7, some people say, of course, 500 years also. Thank you for interesting inputs. Yes, it can take a few seconds to create a great first impression. All right. Now, first impression, as I said, are created on our first interaction, a very first interaction. We are constantly making great first impression. What happens? You are walking out of the house, you meet a random person, you are making an impression. While driving on the road, at the traffic signal, while parking your car, while meeting your colleague for the first time, or even the second time, while making a presentation in front of your clients, while going out in the evening and meeting people in the social circle for the first time. All of these different scenarios, you're constantly making first impression. Okay, let's understand what is first impression. A first impression is an event. Yes, thank you everyone for your inputs on how much time it takes. Yes, it takes a fraction of seconds. So let's see, what is the definition of first impression? First impression is the event when one person enters the other person for the first time and forms a mental image of the person. Okay, and this first impression is basically at times the only event where you get to show your true sense of being or who you truly are to the other person, to the world. Your first impression can be actually seen as a welcome mat. Like how you in your house actually put a welcome mat. What is a welcome mat? Welcome mat is why do we put a welcome mat in front of our houses? Because we want to create that positive feeling. When a person walks in the house for the first time, you want to create that positive feeling that person is welcome. Your first impression is also like that welcome mat. And your first impression can make or break your image, right? Now, of course, we are always making first impression on a subconscious level, but the thing is that you can make great and lasting first impression when you are more. Sorry, I think somebody has. Okay, thank you for muting, and I would request all participants to mute. We'll take the questions towards the end for sure. All right, so we were discussing that how do you ensure that you are making great impression. Great impression, the difference between making a good first impression and a great first impression is consciousness, being aware that what is the difference of actually when I do it on a subconscious basis and when I become more aware of what I'm communicating to the world. Who am I truly and what I'm saying to the outside world? That's where you make a great first impression. Yes, of course, we all talk about first impression and everyone gives tips on smile and be more, polite to people, be more courteous. But if I have to summarize, sorry about that, I'm going to mute everyone so that, all right, so continuing, there are 3 major pillars of a great first impression. Okay, and we are going to explore that how do you ensure that you make great first impression. So the 3 major pillars of the same are likability, credibility, and memorability. A first impression can become a great first impression if you ensure that your first impression talks about or has or is able to establish likability with you and your audience, is able to establish your credibility, and is also able to create memorability for you. When these 3 things happens, that's where you are able to make a great first impression. it becomes more conscious, becomes more. What do I mean by likability? Of course, when you're meeting the person for the first time, you want people to like you. Okay, unless there is a reason behind it. But yes, we are not, no man is an island is a quote, right? And it has a meaning. We are social people. Humans are all about living together. You cannot actually survive or be on your own. You need other people to grow, to live, and to enjoy the various experiences of your life. And that's why likability is important. You want people to like you. Credibility, to be known for who you are. When I asked you to write down your introduction, that's where you want people to know, to respect who you are. What is your personality? What are you known for? What are the good things about you? And memorability is the most critical. You could be a likable, a known person, but who you are, what's your name? You don't want to be a great person in XYZ university, right? You want to be known by your name. You want to be known by your credentials. You want to be liked also. If your first impression and the first interaction, not even the first impression, the first interaction that you have with your audience is able to establish likability, credibility, and memorability, that's where we create great first impression. So now I want you all to go back and refer to the introduction that I asked you all to do or make at the beginning. Remember, I asked you all to write down your introduction on a piece of paper at the beginning of the session. So I want you all to refer to that introduction now. Okay, let's relook at it. So I asked you all first to say hi, hello, or namaste, whatever, the way that you greet. Why greeting is important? Because when you greet people for the first time, it's the first thing that creates likability. When we started the session in the chat box, I could see everyone saying good afternoon, good morning, and all of those things, right? In the morning, when the inauguration was happening, people were wishing good morning to everyone. People were saying hi and hello. And right now, everyone was saying good afternoon. Why do we greet? Because greeting is a courtesy. And when you greet people, it creates a positive environment. And that positive environment creates likability. Let me give you a very basic example. When you go to office first thing in the morning, you're sitting on your, on your workstation, and a colleague of yours walks in, and you greet the colleague, say good morning, and the colleague just walks by without replying to you. What is the first instant reaction? If the colleague is very close to you, you would actually go and approach the colleague that happened. Is everything all right? Are you okay? But that will only happen if you are close to that colleague. If this colleague is not close, you have a very normal relationship and you just greet this person and the person does not respond back, your first instant reaction will be, how rude, right? What happened? We failed to create likability over here. So greeting, when I asked you all to write down hi, hello, and start with that, was to create likability. Second thing, state your name. A lot of you just used your first name to introduce yourself. State your name because your name creates memorability. Let me give you my example. When I go to Delhi, in Delhi, the name Sonia is so common that almost every other person could have a nickname or their first name as Sonia. So if I just introduce myself as Sonia, I would be one of the person. Will that create memorability? Not really. But when I make my introduction with the first and the last name, that creates memorability. Sonia Dubey Diwan, right? So you have to always use, whenever you are stating your name and meeting somebody for the first time, say your full name, your first name, your last name. If you have any designation, if you are a doctor, you're a professor, you are a rank holder in army, do share that, okay? Then the most critical thing, I asked you all to write down 3 things that you want people to remember you as. This creates your credibility. This is your opportunity to tell the world who you are. Are you a confident person? Are you well known in a particular subject or a domain, right? And it is not just about your work experience. Okay, it is not about the designation you hold. If you remember my introduction, I said a confident and influential image consultant. So I used two adjectives as well as my designation to talk about myself. Why? Because I want people to remember me as these 2-3 words, by my designation as well as by the attributes or things about my personality, attributes of my personality, which is confidence and influence, right? So your credibility, these 3 words are your must win attributes. These are the most critical. So whenever next time when you do this activity, I urge all of you to think very carefully about those 3 adjectives. Try to bring in adjectives. Because when you think in the terms of adjective, you actually exude that attribute in your personality, in the way that you carry yourself, in the way that you present yourself to the outer world. And that's how people perceive you. That's where people actually see that you are able to create that perception. You are basically training people for A for apple. When you say confident and attach it with your name, that's where you are teaching people or training people or presenting yourself in the way that you would like people to remember you as. Your 3 things are your must-win attributes. I'm going to come to that a little bit later again. Then I again asked you to state your name. Why? Again, memorability. Humans don't have that good of a memory. There are few who are very lucky. Of course, we meet so many people on a daily basis. It's impossible to remember everyone's name. But if you repeat it enough number of times, that create memorability. Well, even James Bond has to do it twice, right? Born James Bond. So if he is doing it twice, even we need to remember to repeat our name in at least once or twice during the conversation so that people can create memorability for you. And lastly, you want people to feel good when they meet you. They should have that feeling of warmth when they meet you. We want to again end with pleasantry. It was nice to meet you. I'm glad to be here. This was such a pleasure. Why? Because when you say such things, it creates a feel-good feeling in your audience. So you're creating likability again. Okay? So this was just an activity. I'm not saying that your introduction will be exactly in this order. But what I'm trying to communicate is that your introduction should always ensure that you are establishing likability, memorability, and credibility. So you greet people, tell your first and last name completely, try to repeat it more than once, and also say something about yourself, which is not just your designation, but a little bit about who you are and about your personality. Okay? That's where you can consciously make a great first impression. Now, as I said, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the credibility bit once again, right? So say credibility is your must-win attributes. Let's see what it is. Aston Martin. It's an example of the brand Aston Martin. It's a car brand. If you'll see major companies all around the world, they always have these taglines, and usually these taglines are a combination of adjectives or a statement. And that adjective or statement actually says about what that brand stands for. Aston Martin stands for power, beauty, and soul. That's the must-win attribute. You know, when you buy that car, you will receive power, you will have beauty, and there will be soul. You will feel and connect with the car. Just do it. Can I have a little response in the chat box that which brand is this? The tagline of which brand? Just do it. Anybody?
Nike.
Nike, okay. Yes, correct response, everyone. And how do you just remember? Just do it. Just do. The minute you see just do it, you remember Nike. Why? Because it has been communicated over and over again. Now the tagline "Just Do It" is so much associated with Nike that even if you don't see the logo or the brand or hear the brand anywhere, you read the statement "Just Do It," and what happens to your brain? Nike pops up. It's again training your mind. A for Apple. Just do it for Nike, right? So this is what establishing credibility means. Telling your must-win attributes, not only verbally, but also the way you carry yourself, the way your visuals are, the way you present yourself, your body language, as well as your communication and the style of your communication. That builds the credibility. Nike continues and constantly, consistently shows the just do it attitude, not only by writing it, but also in their ads, in the initiatives that they have, in the company culture, and the way that people actually dress up, and the kind of events that they organize, the kind of marketing that they do. Everything is based on the principle of just do it, right? That is something that creates image. When you do the same thing, you establish your must-win attributes on a consistent basis. So first impression happens for the first time. You now know how to establish a great first impression. You need to ensure that you are establishing and taking care of the three pillars: likability, credibility, and memorability. But then when you do it over and over again consistently, that creates something that is or establishes your image. So image gets established due to consistency in making great first impressions. Okay, so let's understand what does image actually mean. So we are going to dive a little deeper into the concept of image. Image is simply you in the eyes and minds of others. And we just now realized with our activity of the doctor and with the experience of our the Just Do It example, that we are constantly assessed. In the doctor's case also, our mind is constantly assessing, evaluating, judging on the basis of the image that doctor was projecting or reflecting, and constantly checking it against the data that we already have, that a doctor looks like this. Okay, so your image is you in the eyes and minds of others, and it gets established by creating the great first impression and establishing your credibility on an ongoing basis. And when you do that, it forms your image, and image ultimately leads to creating your identity. Okay, and why does personal image matters that much? Because it inputs trust. When you truly represent who you are to the outside world, you are showcasing your authentic and the most authentic self. When you showcase your most authentic self, that's where people establish credibility, people establish trust in you. People don't relate with, they may like something which is superficial, which has been just created temporarily to just woo you. But on ongoing basis, it's only the most authentic people who actually are able to survive the test of time and establish a positive personal image. So when you are in touch with yourself, when you know your credibility, your must-win attributes, who you truly are, you are establishing trust. In short, when you are basically telling why in what you do, that actually motivates and drive you to success. Your personal image also matters because it helps you in gaining connection. It creates more exposure to you. Why? Because when you truly show yourself, you may be somebody who is teaching really complicated topics or maybe very technical topic, but you are also someone who is a music enthusiast. If you just hide that part of your personality, maybe you're not able to gain the connection that you would have actually gained otherwise. Okay, so you are able to gain more connection. All right, with digital world, it's more important. You can go beyond your team, your institute, your company, your profile, your industry, and gain connections beyond. It builds your credibility. You get recognized as the expert in your area. That's why personal image matters. And finally, being authentic. Personal image matters because it establishes authenticity, helps you minimize your weakness and highlights your strength. It is such a wonderful thing to achieve when you truly become even and accept the fact that you are human. You have weaknesses, you have strength. And when you are truly in touch with your own self, you basically own up to your weaknesses. You don't shy away or you don't hide them, but you concentrate on your strengths. You highlight your strengths and you totally own up your weaknesses on them constantly to be a better. All these things can happen if you are in touch with who you are, you understand your must win attribute, you understand your personality. In short, what you are trying to do is you're trying to balance the value and your valuables. If I have to talk to you about this pencil, the example of your pen, of the pencil, the example of Apsara extra dark pencil, right? That pencil writes dark, and the purpose of the pencil and the actual use of the pencil is the lead. So why does Apsara brand has to put it in black color? Okay, and write these words, Apsara extra dark pencil. Gives you the darkest handwriting. Why they do it? Because the external, the packaging of the pencil says what you will get inside. The lead is going to write extra dark, but also being showcased on the outside. Your personal image is the balance of your value and your valuables. Who you are on the inside, you represent it to the outside world through various mediums, be it your external appearance, be it the way you talk, be it the way you carry yourself, your body language, your behavior, your etiquette, all the things combined together. Every interaction that you have with the outside world says that you're balancing the value and the valuables. Find out who you are an expert in and try to showcase in your external. And that's why personal image matters. Okay, so let's see, how do we communicate our image? So even Dr. Albert Mehrabian, and a professor of psychology in UCLA, and he was also interested in identifying that why people like others. So he did a study on total liking. Okay, very well-known study that was done, and this study was done on total liking. There is a lot of misconception about this study. A lot of people try to say it as that this is the rule of communication. No, this is a study of total liking. And what he did, he made a couple of people, a group of at least 1,000+ participants, talk to each other. Okay. And after having that interaction, he actually identified and asked the group of people that, did you like other person? And on the basis of liking and not liking, he asked the person that on what basis did you like or not like? The results that he found was that total liking is 55% dependent on visuals. 38% of it is vocal and 7% is verbal. And if you then note at the bottom of the screen, it says when he did this research, he only took into account facial expressions. Not your body language, not what you're wearing, not your grooming, not your hair, not makeup, not your hygiene, nothing, just facial expression. And it was contributing to almost 55% of total liking, how the expressions were. 38% vocal is the way that you speak. For example, if I have to greet all of you, I can use the word. So now I want all of you to pay attention to my voice, although you all are doing that, but pay close attention to my voice. I'm going to greet you in different ways with the same word, okay? I can say, good afternoon. I can say, good afternoon. I can say, good afternoon. Good afternoon, right? What did I do? Same word, but I modulated my voice to actually give different meaning. Some of it was super exciting. Good afternoon. That is like, I'm super excited. Good afternoon. That's pleasant. There is a little bit of endorphinus. Good afternoon. I'm doing a formality because I have to say that. What are you doing? You are using vocals to communicate different message. The words are exactly the same. That's why 7% is verbal, the words you choose to use. Of course, this study was totally done when there was a face-to-face interaction. Right now, when you're listening to my voice and my voice only, obviously this pie chart would change. Maybe would become approximately 80 to 85%, and the remaining would be. Coming back to this particular statement, that your image is basically your total life, and on what basis people like you is dependent upon visuals, vocal and verbal. And with the study, only visuals were taken into consideration. A lot of people wondered across the world that there are many other visual elements. What about grooming? What about what we wear? What about body language? What about our hand gesture, our posture, everything, our health, our body structure, physical attributes? What about all of that? And as per an informal study and data collected, it is estimated that almost 80%, your visuals can come to almost 80% if you include other elements of clothing, grooming, physical characteristic, and body language. Your total liking, imagine meet a person and the best you can do is you see the visuals, what happened with the doctor, and then you pay attention to the vocal and the verbal. So if visuals are that important, let's understand the attributes or the different dimension of visual. Clothing and grooming is the most important because it equates to 90% of your appearance. The next one is body language, and the final is physical attributes. Body language aligns with your mind, how you feel, your posture, your movement, your gesture. Physical attributes are your gender, height, bone structure, body silhouette, facial features, weight, everything, your color, everything comes into it. Why clothing and grooming is very critical and equates to almost 90% of your visual dimension? Because it affects the body language. Let's imagine when you wake up in the morning and you wear your yoga pants and you wear your gym shorts, the minute you put them on, do you feel like going back to bed? What happens to your body? You feel more active? Yes, you feel like, okay, now I've worn it, let me just do a little stretching at least, if not the whole gym. Okay, so what happens the minute you put on a power suit, you wear a blazer? Do you feel like that I'm going to now lounge on the bed or lounge on the sofa and watch TV? Get things done. It affects clothes and grooming affects your body language. Clothing and grooming can also modify every physical characteristic. You can look taller, slimmer, wider, shorter. Whatever you would like to look like can be done by clothing and grooming. And that's why it equates to 90% of the visual dimension. The other dimensions are vocal and verbal dimensions, which are listening skills, public speaking, language that you use, your paralinguistic, which is your tone, your pitch, volume, intonation, articulation, stress, writing skills, how you write, and your presentation skills when you are presenting any topic, be it PowerPoint or just having a discourse or just presenting in front of a group of people. That's your presentation skills. So these are the 3 dimensions: visual dimensions, which has further 3 dimensions: clothing, grooming, body language, physical attributes, and then your vocal and verbal dimensions, which has listening skills, public speaking, language, paralinguistic, writing skills, and presentation skills. And when you manage all these things together, you are basically, when you consciously manage all the different attributes, all the different dimensions of image, that process is called image management. So I want you all to pay close attention to the definition that is given, because people actually just understand it on a very, very basic basis. But today I want to explain you what image management truly is. Image management is a conscious, so the key word here is conscious, ongoing process. That means you are now aware, you're more conscious about who you are and represent that to the outside world. But you don't do it just once. Remember, it's an ongoing process. Apsara Extra Dark did not write it just once or in the first batch of their pencil that this is an extra dark pencil. They have been writing it over and over again for years, and they did it on an ongoing basis. That's why you remember that if you have to write with a pencil and handwriting, you need to buy Apsara Extra Dark pencil. Yeah, so it is an ongoing process, conscious and ongoing. What are you doing? You have to evaluate and enhance. You're constantly looking at how you're projecting yourself, and on the basis of that, what kind of feedback that you're getting. For example, I can just scream from the top of the rooftop saying, I'm a confident person. But if I'm not getting that acceptance from my audience, I need to evaluate that why people don't think that I'm confident. Identify my weak areas and work on enhancing them so that people perceive us as our true self, who we are truly, and therefore respond to us accordingly. When you are able to manage image in this basis, so I'll repeat the definition again. The image management is a conscious, ongoing process of evaluating, enhancing our image and how others perceive us and therefore respond to us. It gives us the power to control, to modify, or improve the image that we want to project to others. When you learn this art, when you are able to learn this art and do it on an ongoing basis, you can use it to control, to modify, or improve. That means your image is in your hands. Okay? And how do you do that? What are the, like for everything, whenever you have to do something, for example, you have to cook something, you need the ingredients, right? If you have to fix something, you need your toolbox. If a doctor needs to fix you, the doctor also needs their own instruments and everything. So for image management also, it's a process, as I said. So what are the tools or what are the resources that you can use to control, modify, or improve, evaluate, and enhance? You do that by using the ABC of image. When you manage the ABC of image, you take care of your own image, what people think about you. And what is the ABC? Very simple. A now does not stand for apple. A stands for appearance. Your clothes, grooming, health and nutrition, your physical structure, your body shape, makeup and cosmetic makeover, as well as accessorizing. What I can see in you visually comes into appearance. Anything that is visually visible. B stands for behavior, your self-confidence, emotional intelligence, interpersonal skills, stress management, time management, etiquette and civility, how you are with other people, how you behave with people, how you behave with your colleagues. Yeah, so etiquette, dining, social etiquette, business etiquette, greetings, introductions, body language, how you carry yourself. Are you aware? Are you respectful of other people's space also? That's your behavior. Your leadership skills, your work-life balance, everything comes into behavior. Finally, C stands for communication. The basics of your communication skills, the voice culture. What tone do you use? Do you speak in a very low, very harsh tone? Do you speak in friendly, warm tone? Do you speak in very, very excited tone? What kind of a tone do you use? What kind of pitch do you use? Is your volume too high? Is your volume too low that you're barely audible? Okay. Do you speak too fast or do you speak too slow? Your presentation skills, how you present yourself in front of other people. If you are given an opportunity to stand in front of people and just speak about something, or use PowerPoint, or present a video, give an idea, suggest something, presentation skills, or even train. You all are faculties, so even training. Public speaking skills, and the most important part of communication, listening skills. Because communication as we all know, is a two-way process. You can't just communicate one-sided. You need to constantly listen and take that data, and according to that, you need to communicate with the audience that you're talking to. So if you take care, these are your resources, the resources of your image, the A, the B, and the C. Yes, if you remember these ABC, you manage these ABC. I'm telling you, none of it is bigger, more grander than the other one. The A, the B, and the C needs to be equally addressed. So 33.33% for each one of them. Okay, you cannot give more importance to appearance and less importance to behavior and less importance to communication. Equal importance to all these three domains on a conscious ongoing process. That's where you manage your image. That's where you are in control of what people perceive of you. So give equal importance. Now, naturally, some of us are good in one area and not that great in another. For example, you could be excellent communicator, but appearance and behavior are something that you may not be at the level of your communication. Obviously, at that point, you have to give more importance to the other two domains. Maybe you are excellent in your appearance, the way that you carry yourself, the way you are dressed up. But in behavior, maybe you're lacking a few things, a few skills. Upskill yourself in the areas. Identify, sit down. This list is given to you. You can actually take a note of this and find out, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, that where do I stand on appearance, where do I stand on behavior, where do I stand on communication. Create an action plan for yourself. Work on those areas on an ongoing conscious process. When you do that, you manage your image. Okay? So now that we have learned what first impression is, the difference between a good first impression and a great first impression, yes, we finally understood that the three pillars of great first impression. We also understood that you need to do this on an ongoing basis. Find out who you are truly, okay? What do you represent, and consistently represent it to the outside world. Own up your weaknesses, highlight your strength. Well, how do you do it? By managing the ABs of image. When you do that, of course, you will be able to project to the outside world who you are truly and the image that you want to be known as, to a successful image building. So that was all about the psychology and understanding the concept of image. I'm going to give you all a few tips on the first impression, the first interaction, or 6 of few things that you all can do without zero effort. These are the things that we all can put in with actually zero effort. We all have these in us. Sometimes we just overlook these things, and they actually make and break our perception, what people perceive of us. So I would urge you to actually take care of these 5-6 things that I'm going to talk about and consciously start doing it. See the difference, how much of an impact it will start making in your life. Okay. And as you will go through these slides now, you will realize that these are such basic things. These are taught to us since childhood, but with the life, we kind of overlook this. After we complete the image makers, I'm going to take questions. Yes, so please hold on to your questions. Maybe write it down on a piece of pen and paper right now with you, because we are having a lot of interaction. So your questions may, go up. So I may not be able to follow through all the questions towards the end. First of all, have a great appearance. Now, when I say have a great appearance, I am not talking about, the minute I say great appearance, I'm not talking about looking like supermodels or celebrities. No. There's a difference between good looking and looking good. Be presentable, be neat. Okay, take care of your hygiene, take care of your basic grooming, take care of your hair, make your hair every day, take care of your body odor. Your clothes should be nicely pressed and even clean. These are the basic things. You don't have to go and shop and, burn a hole in your pocket. I'm not talking about that. Being presentable for every occasion. Being presentable, the best possible self. So for example, if you're going grocery shopping, I'm not asking you to wear a suit while you're grocery shopping. You wear your casual clothes, but don't show up in a torn clothes or, like really, really rugged or worn out clothing. Even your casual clothes could be neat, clean, well ironed, well pressed. Your hair could be in place. Your face could be presentable. Nowadays, with, in the COVID situation, in the pandemic situation, we only need to take care of half of our face. Less effort. Take care of your hair. That's what I mean by having a great appearance. Why this matters? Because when you take care of yourself, people take care of you. It's a reflection, if actually a message to the world that you value yourself. When you show up in, worn out clothes, when you show up in torn clothes, threads are hanging, buttons are hanging, it gives an impression that you have no control on your life. People actually pity you instead of, taking you as someone who is really, really, can value themselves. So when you take care of your neat appearance, presentable appearance, you show that you value yourself. It's a message to the world. Be punctual. Being punctual is something, again, zero effort or maybe a little effort, but yes, train yourself to arrive before time to the occasion, to the place, to the, any kind of event that you're going to. It shows two ways, that it shows that you value your time and you respect the time of others. It shows that you respect yourself and you respect others. It's not about time, it's about respect. Okay, so be punctual. Next one, smile on your face. Although our beautiful smiles are nowadays hidden because of the mask that we always carry or wear. But when we are talking, most of our interactions are now online. Have a pleasant expression. Nobody wants to see a grumpy face, do you? I want to see happy faces. I want to see pleasant expressions on people's faces. So have a pleasant face. If you are someone who wants to see pleasant expressions, smiling face, why do you not do it for others? Why don't you carry it yourself? Smile is a easy and the most easiest, most simplest icebreaker. You must have all noticed in a public place, you are standing in a line getting frustrated and you make an eye contact with another person, you just smile a little and you end up having a conversation with that person. You make friends for life with just one smile exchange. So have a pleasant expression. Make eye contact. When you make an eye contact, you actually give an impression to the person that you are valuing them, you are respecting them. When you look away while somebody is talking to you, that's ignorance, that's rude, it's arrogant. It means that you are trying to say that you're not important for me. There are more valuable things or more important things than you. Is that a good feeling? Imagine somebody does it for you. Is that a really good feeling? Not really. I wouldn't want that to happen. So make a good eye contact, because that shows interest, that shows you respect the person. If you see, all the things that we are talking about so far are about respect, respect for self, respect for others. Another great image maker is open body language. Easiest way to show that you are confident, you're comfortable in your own skin. You have accepted your weaknesses, you are working on them. We are not perfect. We are human beings. We are always work in progress. So when you are actually having an open body language, it shows that you are confident of your skills. You cannot be a person who is a, person who's a rocket scientist as well as a great dancer. You may both the skills, but you can't have all the skills in the world. That's absolutely all right. Open body language exudes confidence, and everyone loves a confident person. Greet appropriately. Greetings are very important for likability in India, of course. In terms of the social distancing era, you can do namaste, you can bow down, you can just nod. There are various ways. Greet appropriately, because that creates likability. Be courteous. Finally, just remember that treat others the way that you would like to be treated. if you're confused about what to do in what scenario, if you are about to do something that could be attacking, could be actually not in a positive manner, think, pause for 1 second and think that would you like it if somebody does that to you? If the answer is no, don't do it. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Okay, so be courteous to others. Pay attention. If you are with someone, if you are having a conversation with someone, the most important gift that you can give to that person is your attention, your time. If you're already there, well, make the best out of it. Make the best out of the moment that you are in. That's the most beautiful gift. You may buy expensive chocolates and expensive gift, but not pay attention. It will not make a great impression about you, about your image. But if you give your undivided attention and your time to the person, that's the best gift that you can give. And it takes zero effort, zero investment, right? So pay attention. So these are the few things, as I said, we all know about this. This is so common. This is something we have been learning since childhood. We know about it. But what happens with the times, with our busy lives, we overlook these things. But as we now learned, image management is an ongoing process. You have to be conscious. You need to be ongoingly doing the ongoing basis. You need to do the same thing over and over again so that you create a consistent, successful image. So I'm going to sum up quickly about what we learned today, and then we are going to open up for question answers. So we first of all started with understanding first impression, what it takes to create a first impression. We also learned the difference between a good first impression and a great first impression. Learn that by learning the 3 pillars: likability, credibility, and memorability. We also realized that credibility is our must-win attributes. That is truly touching, reflecting upon ourselves, who we are as a person, and then showcasing it to the outer world. When we do it on an ongoing basis, that forms an image, and that eventually becomes our identity. And finally, how to manage your image, how to take control of what people are thinking of. You have to think of the resources. I gave you the 3 resources of ABC. ABC of image: appearance, behavior, and communication. When you take care of this, you basically take care of what are you projecting to people, and finally, what people perceive of you. Finally, I gave you a few image makers, and then we learned that yes, for good and proper image building, first impression is definitely the starting point, but continuously and consistently doing the same thing forms the great image building. So that's it for my session today, and I am happy to open the floor for any questions that you may have.
Yes, thank you, Sonia ji. Yeah, that's what I was requesting you, that please put your video on so as
Ma'am,
see
just
the
put
beautiful
off the
with also the voice.
PPT sharing.
And that's what is requested with all the participants, that if you wish, you can put your videos on for a nice interaction with Sonia madam.
All right, I'm getting a lot of questions. Tanmay, do you want me to read them out, or would you?
Yeah, I'll
Ma'am,
just
excuse me.
take up a couple of the questions, ma'am.
Excuse me, shall I, ma'am?
You to put off the slide sharing so that we can have the videos in a better.
Sure.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Ma'am, excuse me, shall I?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Can I ask something?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, madam. I am Dhananjay Vagholikar. I am from Pune.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dhananjay. How are you?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I'll just read out the sort of doubt or something where I will request you to say something.
Sure.
I will read it out from chat box.
Okay.
It is said that a person need to self-support his or her image through virtues.
Yes.
Since pretense or vice cannot replace face or one's image forever. How can this be explained on the backdrop of image management? If you can say something on this, I request for that.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Dhananjay. That's a very wonderful question. And this is what we exactly and I have been talking about, that you need to first of all identify who you are totally. And that's where you basically come into more in sync of who you are as a person. That who you are could be positive, could be your virtues, could be this, could be both of them. Your vices are something that you accept, you realize, and you kind of own up to them. You'd say that, yes, I do have these vices. And you constantly are working on them to enhance it, to be a better person, to reach to the next level. And your virtues are something that you would highlight to the outside world so that people will know you for that. And how do you do that on the basis of image management? By taking that virtue and inculcating them on the 3 principles or the resources of image management, which is appearance, behavior, and C for communication. So it's exactly what we just spoke about, that when you combine, you learn about your virtues, you learn about your vices, and then you take your virtue and inculcate in everything that you do, the way you present, the way you talk, the way you, your presence is overall. So I hope that answers your question.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, can I ask a question?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Madam, what do you basically mean by accessorizing?
So accessorizing could be the accessories. Of course, we were trying to list down the elements of, the appearance, what I see in you. So your accessories could be your pen, your watch, as I said, every single thing communicate. When you put a little brooch of your institute's, the pin of your institute, that's an accessory. And that communicates something. People who are proud members of Lions Club, Rotary Club, or different association, when they wear the name or the badge, that's an accessory. And that says something about you. You proudly flaunt that you are a proud member of some. So accessories are these small things other than clothing that you wear on yourself to communicate some message or some.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Malik.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
My name is Srikanth here. Hello.
Can I
Yes,
please
Mr. Srikanth.
request all of the rest of the
Can I go?
the questions on the chat box? I'll be reading them out one by one. All right. So yeah, sir, since you have put up the question, you could just go ahead with it. Rest of them, please put them in the chat box.
Yeah, Srikanth here. See, once we get an image by following all these tips, do you think it will create a lot of stress on us to maintain and sustain that image? It will create some expectations. This is my first question. Second question is, if someone is planning to start a business offline or online, if they want to build a logo for that, so what kind of image management techniques we can use to build that logo? Sorry, to make it creative, to create an everlasting impact. Thank you.
Great. Both the questions are very wonderful, Mr. Srikanth. Your first question is actually something that is very common, and a lot of people. And this happens if the image that you are trying to project is not true to yourself. If you try to be somebody who you are not truly. For example, just a very basic example that I'm trying to give. If I am right now wearing a blazer, if I'm not a person who likes wearing blazer on a daily basis, very, very basic example I'm giving you. If I wear it every single time and try to create this image that, I'm a person who's always dressed in blazer, I'll do it for a few days, maybe months. I'll pull it off after, maybe a year. But after that, I will let go of it. I will not be able to do this. Okay.
Correct.
Similarly, if you are, so that is about clothes that I'm talking about. If you are a person who is trying to talk or mimic like somebody else, that's not truly you, that's somebody else altogether, but you try to mimic them, then you will be able to do it for a certain period of create unnecessary stress. But what did I say about the, understanding your internal self? I said, identify your weaknesses and your strengths. When you truly know and you truly accept that these are my weaknesses and I'm happy with it, then this process becomes effortless. Then it comes out so naturally that you have to, be the person that you are. You proudly own it up to the people. Yes?
Okay. Yeah, yes.
And coming to your second question, can I address that now?
Yes, yes.
If I've answered your first.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, you can
So,
do it.
so if you're a business, there are two aspects to it. If you're starting a business as a self-employed person, or you are a one-man army, or you are the main person, you represent the brand becomes an extension of you. So again, you need to do this process of, in a way, I think somebody wrote in the chat box, SWOT analysis. That's exactly what you need. So you sit down with your SWOT analysis, and that SWOT analysis should be reflected in your company image, your culture, your logo, your colors, your brand. So if your strengths are about confidence, like for example, if one of your strength is confidence, your colors that you pick in the logo should show confidence. You need to have straight lines, something that is bright and vibrant that actually exudes confidence. Some colors, some logo can show sophistication. Some colors, some logos can show seriousness, right? So you need to identify who you are. If you are, so that is if you are starting as a self-employed person. If you are starting your own business as one man or very small operation, if you're thinking of having a company or the vision is to have a company, then the people who start together, it needs to be a reflection of that group of people, and finally what you decide as a culture of your company.
Okay.
So hope that answer your question again, the second one.
Thank you. Just want
question
to
from the chat box, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll just take one question asked by Mr. Anand sir. He asked that body language in itself is a deep topic, and he wants some tips around that particular point, please.
Correct. Okay. Yes, body language session. Go on. I hope I got the name correct, Mr. Anand, right?
Yeah.
Anand sir. Okay. It is, yes, a very, very deep topic and one of my favorite topics actually to begin with. Few tips on body language. I actually go into more from, I can give you a lot of tips on, on fingertips, which are like your posture, making eye contact, smile. But I want to go a little deeper into understanding what you need to keep in mind to actually ensure that you always have positive body language. Okay, so first thing that you need to do is to see and understand the thing that body language is aligned with your mind. How you feel is basically what you project. Your action speaks louder than words, right? When you see somebody for the first time, you either have a smile or you frown, depending on the kind of person that you are meeting, right? And then later on, you decide on the words that you choose. But instant reaction because your body never lies. So first thing is to understand that how you can align your mind. There's a very wonderful study that was done in Harvard, and Amy Cuddy, I'll give you this name right now, Professor Amy Cuddy in Harvard, AMYCUDDY. She's a professor in Harvard and she has written this book called Presence. And she did a study on body language. And she said that if you maintain a particular posture, so she actually did a scientific study and she says that if you maintain a particular posture, she did it on power postures. And she made the participants stand in power postures such as, putting their hands on the table or in pose or something like that. What they saw is that there was an increase in the positive chemicals and, the happy chemicals. What are those called? If anyone can help me, the ones that actually make you feel confident and happy.
Dopamine.
And then
Dopamine.
Yes. Thank you so much. I know I have a lot of technical people over here.
Endorphins, madam.
So thank you. Endorphins, yes, dopamine. So all of these actually increased by 20% in 2 minutes. And on cortisol level, there was a drop by 20% in just 2 minutes. So what does that show? That shows that your body language actually can align with your mind. Even if you don't feel in a positive manner, you can put and trick your mind. Maintain that posture for a particular time so that you trick your mind to feel that way. So if you're not feeling positive or confident, you maintain a confident posture for a few minutes and you'll start feeling the confidence. So that is something that is my deeper tip for body language, which I can give you all. Other than that, maintain proper posture. If you all practice yoga, that's one of the best way to maintain posture, right? Breathing, if you're not in control of your breath is what? Your pran, right? So if you're not in control of your breath, how will you be able to maintain a good posture, good body language? Right? So maintain your breathing, because breathing, your oxygen controls how you feel in your brain, your respiratory, you start actually sweating and all of that happens. You start jittering when you are in front of people. That happens because of lack of oxygen. So breathe, control your breathing. That's one of the best way to maintain a good posture. And I can go on and on. As I said, it's my favorite topic, body language. So I can have another session on body language later.
Ma'am, I have only one question.
Ask one question.
Hello.
Please.
Yeah, please.
I think there are two people, so
ma'am, can
hello. Hello.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I can hear you.
Ma'am, I have only one simple question. As a faculty member, because I always teach in front of the students, so you give me some tips. You got image.
Hello. I think we have lost.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I guess Somit is trying to say something, but then the audio is not connected. Anyway, Somit, kindly put it down on the chat box. I'll read across to ma'am, please. Meanwhile, someone else.
Yes, sir. May I?
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful session. And because I am also in the same stream called communication training, right, where body language holds important. But the thing that I would like to talk about is we generally come across, or it's been ages that we are taught, first impression is the last impression, right? But do you really feel that first impression is the last impression? Because I find when I give the training, because as we see the current generation, the present generation, they are least bothered about their body language. They are least bothered about their dressing sense. For them, a very hanky-panky look sounds to be good. They say, ma'am, see the corporate people. They are also having long hairs. They tie it in a pony. They wear jeans with chappal and come to the office. So why you are stressing more on the dressing sense or appearance? So would you like to suggest something so that I can convince them?
Absolutely. So good question. And it is something that is, debate that keeps going on. But I will explain you the concept behind when all these thinking process comes into picture. The most important key so there are two parts to your question, and let me first address the first part that you mentioned, which is about, do I feel that first impression is the lasting impression? When I was presenting, I said, at times the only chance of creating or telling the world who we are. So I believe that it is at times the only chance. Depends upon how many times, very simply, how many times you're going to meet the person. If it is someone you work with, or if it is, for that matter, your students, you're going to meet them on an ongoing basis. That means you're going to get enough opportunities to change the perception. That's luck, actually. That's actually a good scenario. But there could be certain situations where you're going to meet the person only once or twice. That's where the first impression actually matters. Okay, so first impressions are that let me give you a great example by drawing an analogy. As faculty, we all love drawing analogies, right? So if I have to talk about a product, when iPhone, for example, when iPhone is launched, there is this grand event and the features are talked about and everything happened. What is that? And then you will see on video, YouTube, there are videos of first impression of iPhone, new version, right? What are they doing? On first experience basis, how does it actually feel? But then what happens with iPhone? Over the period of months, people use it, come up with bugs, come up with problems, and then a final perception of the phone is formed. So if I have to draw the same analogy, there is always that first impression is the first event, your first time that you're meeting the person, and it actually has a lot of impact. But then if you get an opportunity to do it again and again, you can change that perception by using the ABC of image. Right? Because your image management should not stop. That needs to happen consciously. So that's my answer to your first question. Now coming to the problem that we all face, and I totally agree with you that there is a little bit of casual attitude in the generation. It is actually very well seen. Now, for that, and even for the corporate analogy that they draw, there is a very, very simple thing, and I'm going to tell you a basic principle of dressing that we in image management follow. We follow the 4 A's of appearance. And Tanmay, if you can help me here, I'm going to state those 4 A's out, and if you can just write that for everyone in the chat box so everyone can make a note of it. The first A is authentic. Okay, authentic. So authentic means representing whatever you are internally in your clothing. For example, I'm not wearing a normal blazer. My blazer has flowers in it. Shows the kind of personality I have, right? So my blazer is not a basic blue blazer. It has flowers in it. You can see my background, it has flowers in it. Showcase who am I as a person, right? So being authentic. I'm formal. I'm totally dressed as formal, but I'm still being formal. I'm showcasing who I am, right? So first A of dressing up, authentic. Second, and the most critical one, and that's something that we are talking about and addressing your problem, appropriate. The second A is appropriate. You need to see whenever you are dressed up to what is the occasion, what is your surrounding like, who is your audience, is it day, is it night, everything needs to be seen. So when these and students do this very often, like it is something that I always see, they will give you example of Mark Zuckerberg. He always wear gray t-shirt, right? Why? Because if a person is sitting at the back end on their laptop for the full day, or maybe 16 hours, 14 hours, 18 hours, the requirement over there is to be comfortable. So the appropriateness is sitting behind the laptop and just coding nonstop. That's okay. But tell those students that when Mark Zuckerberg was questioned for Cambridge Analytica case by the Congress, when Mark Zuckerberg came to India to meet Prime Minister Modi, he was dressed in business suit. Appropriateness, right? So it's not Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs would always wear the turtleneck when he is in office, when he is doing his work. Steve Jobs came for Academy Awards, Oscars, he was wearing a tuxedo. Why? Because Academy Awards requires him to wear a tux. Appropriateness of the occasion. So when you are telling these students that, and they give you this analogy, you have to see where they are drawing the analogy from. If they are giving example of a technical company where they have to code for long hours, their job requires them just to sit behind the computer, it is all right. But when they have to show up in front of delegates, they need to dress up, they need to show up properly, presentably for that occasion, appropriate to that occasion. Similarly, look at the culture of a different organization. For example, Tata's. Tata's, even with the corporate, the tech culture and the technical companies, they still wear trousers and shirts. They don't show up in t-shirts and flip-flops and everything. They are still wearing, I see people wearing trousers and shirt. Why? Because the culture of the company, and they dress up as per the appropriateness. The third one, so that is the answer to your question. I hope that answer to you, and you can actually explain them that yes, you are right in corporate companies, but the examples that you're drawing is of those selective companies only. Similarly, in media, in fashion, the requirement is to look fashionable. It's not about anything, it's about fashion. So you will look appropriate. You'll dress up every day like you are walking on the red carpet, right? But if your job requires you to be on the field, you are an engineer, has to be on the ground, you will wear safety shoes, you will wear safety hat, you will wear safety outfits. Appropriateness to that occasion. So appropriateness is the most critical thing. And this is what we need to inculcate in our students, that you need to dress up as per the 4 A's. There's no dress code, but always ensure that the 4 A's are followed. The third A is attractive. And again, when I say attractive, it's not about looking like supermodels. It's about looking clean and presentable. Being presentable. And finally, the 4th A is affordable. Whatever you do, don't burn a hole in your pocket by actually trying to achieve attractive, authentic, appropriate, all of that. You need to do it in the way that is okay and comfortable to you, to your budget. And you can carry it off on a daily basis, so it doesn't become a struggle that, oh my God, I need to, that day I need to dress up. It should come naturally to you. So those are the 4 A's.
Thank you very much. Very
and you can
well answered, ma'am.
Good afternoon,
Very well.
madam. Good afternoon, madam. Ramakrishnan from Chennai. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible, madam? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Ramakrishnan from Chennai. Is it any common strategy to create impression among student community? Is there any common strategy?
Sorry, I didn't.
Is there any common strategy to create impression among student community? The students are so impressed by film stars and sports personalities rather than teachers. So we are living the Abdul Kalam world. Abdul Kalam, no one is knowing. Few people are not knowing. Still, Abdul Kalam name is not known to many students. Moment Dhoni having something, they want to follow it. So any common strategy as a teacher to create impression among the student community? Please explain.
So, very interesting question. And Mr. Ramakrishnan, when I was explaining the 4 A's, in my mind, I was actually thinking of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, because he actually represents the 4 A's so beautifully. Being authentic, like being the president, he didn't let go of his hair. He still had the silver long hair at that time also. He maintained his authenticity, but he actually wore the suit, which he never wore in his life when he was working as a scientist. So he wore the suit as a president and he looked attractive. When you see him, you never forget that image of that person because it just stands out so much, and finally affordable. So just, I'm not answering your question right now, but I'm trying to say that it was going on in my mind when I was explaining the 4 A's. Coming to the impression, actually, how do you manage impression? It's about, as I said, reiterating the whole thing that I just said. Right, it starts right from the first time that you interact with the student. Impression making, ensuring that you are creating the likability, ensuring that you are able to create the credibility. You want to look like a person who is a little authoritative at the same point of time. You want your students to like you, to remember you. So how do you bring in authority at the same point of time, bring out your personality? Remembering that. Doing the image management process, managing the A, the B, and C. And the final tips that I gave you: have a good appearance, be on time, maintain, eye contact, keeping in check with your body language, having a proper communication style, your authentic communication style, being courteous, and also at the same point of time, because you're dealing with students, maintain a fine balance between authority and as well as a little friendliness. So that's what we need to work on. So if I say the summary of what all I talked about, if you manage all those things and you keep in mind and start doing it on an ongoing basis, you will be, I'm sure, able to create a wonderful, wonderful impression.
Thank you very much, madam.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Without delaying it further, because I can see that
Yes.
all of the participants are very, very enthusiastic for more and more questions. So that might just not be ending as per the number of questions that we have been receiving.
I understand, Tanmay. Tanmay, can I just take one moment, because I have just one closing statement to just summarizing everything, and I will take a moment and then we can close. Is that okay? Great. So I just have like last few things to share with all of you, because after question, let me share my screen. I hope you can see this.
Yeah.
My last and final closing thoughts with all of you is that always remember, we learned the tips of image management. We learn about first impression today. Remember that you basically are your most valuable asset. When you work on yourself, when you invest in yourself, when you take care of yourself, when you value yourself, that's actually going to give you the maximum return on investment than any other asset possible. Everything that exists around you, that happens to you, is because of your existence. So start taking care of yourself, because you are your most valuable asset. That's my ending note to all of you, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience, everyone. And it was great pleasure to answer all your questions. I know I have not been able to answer all these questions in the chat box, but I would have loved to. But of course, given the time constraint, it was wonderful. Over to you, Tanmay.
Once again, I extend my thanks to Sonia ma'am for such a lovely session in which she had demonstrated almost everything that any individual May he be a businessman, may he be a faculty like most of us who are over here, to how to make a first impression that would be lasting, as well as on the questions of the faculties. She also continued by the measures on how we can still after having the first impression, how can we make that the second impression to make it lasting, right? So I'm sure that all of these demonstrations and add-ons from Sonia ma'am have been a wonderful exercise, and we once again thank all of the participants as well. So we'll be starting the next session within the next 1 hour, right? So till then, thanks a lot. Thanks once again to Sonia ma'am for her time and engagement. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Tanmay, and thank you to the entire committee, Dr. Meena, Dr. Chaitanya, and entire committee in MANIT to organize great event. And a big thank you to the wonderful participants. I really enjoyed, interacting with you all. You were amazing. This is the kind of audience, and I'm sure, as a faculty, you all know that interaction is something that we all crave for. And this was just amazing. So thank you so much. It was really an honor to present in front of all of you.
Yes, thank you, Sonia. It was really great. So as we planned and as we thought, the first impression is wonderful, fantastic, marvelous. We all are very happy, and you can see the chats and you can see the comments. Everybody is so happy. So I really trust the young people of our country. Yeah? Our country, young generation is great. Old is always gold, but youngs are all, of course, great.
We are following the footsteps.
So, dear friends, all participants, we are meeting again at 3:30 p.m. as you know well, and with another a very learned professor of University of Pune, University of Peace. So we'll be meeting.
Dr. Meena, am I allowed to add something into it?
Yes, certainly, sir. It's your program.
Yeah, Sonia, it was an amazing experience to listen you, and the way you have connected the audience, it was a great thing. I mean, I loved it, the way you have connected our entire audience with you by saying hello and by connecting them, by learning how to say hello to everybody and how to introduce. It was an amazing experience and well presented. Hope to see you again in some other program. We are conducting few more programs for the Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat also. I am the nodal officer for that, and hopefully I will be connecting you again for the entire national students, students of the NITs and IITs. They will be joining us. So I will be certainly be getting repeated this lecture. Thank you so much, Sonia.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi. This was wonderful and such a great feedback. Thank you so much. I look forward to it.
And I know Sonia's mother, Dr. Lata, is here in our organizing team, and I can understand very well how proud she must be. And she has already witnessed many such proud events. But okay, it's every time it's a pleasure, and it's
great.
Really.
Namaskar, sir.
Yes, namaskar. So it's beautiful. It's well begun is half done, huh? Okay. So it's very well begun. So we have many more such stars in our galaxy. So we look forward for that. So dear all, please have a great lunch and please be back in an hour. By 3:25, you will be here and our speaker will be already here by 3:25 p.m. Okay. See you all.
Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
ज्यादा देर काम नहीं है, थोड़ा देर।
आ रहा था ना मैं
चखलो चक्कर कम तो नहीं डाल दो।
Yes, welcome our participants. We'll just be shortly starting in the next 5 minutes. रिकॉर्ड की परमिशन ऐड करनी होगी आपको। हाँ ठीक है, मैं कर रहा हूँ चालू। 2 मिनट है वैसे। और वो फीडबैक फॉर्म एक बार इंट्रोड्यूस करने के बाद मैं क्रिएट कर दूंगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। Namaskar sir. Welcome sir. Welcome.
Namaskar sir. Very good afternoon.
Very good afternoon to you sir.
I hope I am audible.
Absolutely sir.
Okay. Okay then. Sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are mute. Chaitanya ji, you are mute.
Namaskar, all of you, my dear friends. This is going to be a wonderful session. After having heard on the outer periphery, that is on the image building, we have decorated the drawing room, and now you are entering the inside chambers of your being. And as you know, unless you are having strong roots, you cannot show that on the face. So this session is strengthening the roots. I would like Tanmay to introduce the speaker, please.
Sure. First of all, I welcome all the participants back to this faculty development program organized by Atal Manik. And for our second session, we have with us one very eminent and experienced person in this particular domain, and I would take the privilege to welcome you, sir. And just for a very short and humble introduction about sir, I would like to say that Dr. Milind Patre would be talking about the response effectiveness, a turning point of life. And to just give a brief about sir, sir had been a spiritual and motivational trainer, a corporate trainer, EQ coach, meditation expert counselor. His career objective has to be to help our students become more responsible, aware, and develop higher consciousness amongst youth. He has realized that lower levels of emotion and intelligence quotient, that is, inability to handle emotional appropriately, is the root cause of the human misery and failure at all levels. So, after thorough research, developed emotional management training programs for all age groups, and people from all age groups could attend this session. And Dr. Patre has been the pioneer of emotional management workshop with musical meditation. Turning Point is a unique workshop which helps people become emotionally strong and mentally tough. The value system embedded in this workshop brings miraculous changes in behaviors, and one begins to operate as much responsibly and lead a balanced life. We welcome you, sir. We hope to learn from your vast experience. And yes, over to you, sir. Sir has also been of course, this introduction has been about his additional abilities and everything that he has been doing. Otherwise, sir is the associate. Sir is the professor of peace studies and is also the associate dean over there, and he is heading that position. We look forward to hear from you, sir. Please.
Thank you. So, would you like me to begin right away?
Definitely, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for this wonderful introduction, Professor Tanmay. First of all, I congratulate for wonderful organizing this AICTE Atal November 2020 FDP. And morning must have been a very great morning, having the inauguration of this wonderful workshop. And I'm sure that the participants who are attending might be always binding with those feelings, those emotions, exuberance. And so after the lunch period, having the second session, or you can say the third session of the day, it's a little bit going to be a challenging one because of the hectic things. But I'm sure that probably, I would like to try and do the justice, if not, and not allowing the participants to, go to the state of utmost rest. We will try to find out that they are active. And one thing is sure, that which I always say, that before people stop listening, I will stop speaking. So, definitely, that's going to happen. First of all, I just express my gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. N.S. Raghuvanshi. He is Director of Manit Bhopal. Dr. Sachidanand Joshi from Government of India, New Delhi. My esteemed friend Rajesh Chandak. He is a former JCA National President as well as life skill trainer. So I express my gratitude to the Honorable Chief Guest for this session. At the same time, I express my gratitude for the program coordinators, my esteemed friend Dr. Meena Agrawal. She is a spiritual master. Professor Dr. Ravi Dwivedi, Professor Dr. J.L. Bagoria. At the same time, my esteemed friend who is instrumental in I am having in this session, Dr. Chaitanya Agrawal, is Professor and Dean, Makhan Lal C University, Bhopal. He is a Reiki Grandmaster and healer, and much, much more than what I am prescribing, and overall a very good human being. So thank you so much, Chaitanya ji, also for inviting me for this wonderful session. Response effectiveness is the topic given to me. But before we move directly to the topic, because life is not like, directly moving into that. We cannot say, okay, this is how people respond, should be giving response, or this is the most effective way of giving a response in life or relationship. We cannot directly jump into the solution. First, we have to really know the roots of where we have gotten in our life, where we have reached in our life. And so then we can protract, we can retrograde our journey. It is just like, the system of medicine. There are many systems of medicine. We know allopathy. Allopathy, you go to the physician and you are having fever and some other symptoms. And then even sometimes even the nurse also, or the compounders also know that, okay, if there is a fever accompanied with cough and cold and etc. So these are the medicine. Most of the time people even go directly to the chemist shop and ask to the chemist that, okay, I'm having so and so symptoms, please give me. So based upon the symptoms, the medicine is given. How the disease has generated, no one has time to ponder, no one has asked. The symptom is there and here is the prescription. So the symptom that there is some challenges in our life in giving responses, and then, this is the way we should respond. That is just working on behaviorism, behavior techniques, attitude. So in fact, this is not what the theme of this workshop, which I would like to really get ahead with you for a few minutes. There is another pathy which we call as homeopathy. In homeopathy, they say that they don't really go for what is observed there in the patient. They want to just go to the roots. They are not treating your disease. They are treating you as a person. I'm not a homeopath, but having observed the life, I understand that probably they are much more on the right track, because they are giving the person medicine as a holistic, as a total whole, as a being. They want to find out, and hence therefore probably if you are a practitioner, or if you admit that yes, homeopathy works, and you are in the prescription, you go to a doctor who is a homeopath, then you know that in your first meeting you are asked a lot of questions, many questions about you, your family, what happened to you in the last 10 years, 5 years, so many questions, because they are not more interested in your today's problem. They just are interested in where this problem has generated, what is the root. And if you want to change the fruit, you have to change the root. You cannot just push into changing the fruit. If you want sweet fruits in the life, then we have to be very conscious when we are sowing the seeds. The seeds have to be sweet, because then the sweet seeds will only lead to the sweet fruits. In Marathi, there is a proverb, Shuddha bija poti, phale rasala gomati. It means, if you are Marathi, probably you understand. It means that when the seed is pure, the fruit ought to be pure, has to be pure. You don't have to really manipulate. It will eventually, as a natural manifestation, will be sweet fruit. Similarly, when the seed which is sown is sweet, then the manifestation will be a sweet fruit. And so response effectiveness, if we want to really go back into the life, that why there is so much reaction in life, why there is so much violence, why there is people spend a lot of time into just admitting others' fault and giving rationale and reasoning for their own righteousness and why they did the way they did, and then blaming others for their own situation. Why has it come? Why the relationship? For example, take the relationship of marriage. One of the most beautiful, loving relationship in the world, but most of the times, the relationship like marriage, well, most of the time it is so reactive. Why it has become? So we need to really go back to the roots of the response effectiveness, and then we will come out with our program. So we need to really understand the trend, what happened in the success literature in the last 200 years or so, maybe. For example, if you carefully observe the success literature, because we are talking about self-development, personality development, goal setting, etc. And absolutely, absolutely necessary in life. But we need to carefully observe the success literature before First World War, say in the last 70, 80 years. I mean, after the First World War, last 70, 80 years or 100 years, you can say, and before the success literature, before the First World War, that is before that around 100 years or so. So divide the timeline, maybe after 1920 to 2020, that is this 100 years, and before the First World War, you can say about, before 1920 to say all the 19th century. So what is the difference? The difference is that the success literature in the last 100 years is more related with the term which we call it as a personality ethic, or we call it as a secondary greatness. There are two types of greatnesses in life: primary greatness and secondary greatness. The secondary greatness is the recognition for the skill, talent, technique, communication skills, goals, attitude, behavior. Aren't these important in life? Absolutely. If we don't have them, is there some challenges in our living a life of meaning and success? Yes, definitely. But the effects when we don't have them or lack them, they are secondary. There is another greatness which we call it as a primary greatness, or we call it as a character ethic. In this program, in this session, what we'll be talking about, a shift from the secondary greatness to primary greatness, the shift from personality ethic to character ethic. What is character ethic? Character ethic believes that for long-term success, for long-term happiness and meaningful existence in our life, there are certain principles of ethical existence. And once we are in harmony with those natural principles or natural laws, then and then only we can have enduring success and happiness in life. Nowadays, there is a buzzword called as sustainability. I mean, we don't only want to reach success, we want to stay there, because success is not only becoming successful, but staying there where we have reached. What is the use of just touching the success, enjoying it for a while, and then falling down, falling apart? And that's what happened. If the success don't have the roots, the basic roots, then there is going to be. It happens sometimes in the short-term relationship also. People just try to show what they are not. And yes, people fall prey to that. They just assume that, wow, what a wonderful person, wonderful man, wonderful woman. But as the weathers of the life comes, as the seasons come, because season is not always pink and rosy. There are tornadoes, there are downpours in life. Just as there are seasonal changes in the weather, there are changes in our day-to-day proceedings also, in our emotional life, social life also. And then the true nature, the true temperament, the true character surfaces. And only techniques and talents and behaviors and attitudes don't have the enough wherewithal, don't have the enough substance to hold on to life. And hence the primary greatness or the character ethics principle like humility, integrity, modesty, temperance, courage, justice, patience, industry. These are the qualities we call it as a primary greatness, or that is goodness in our character. If we find that before First World War, the most of the success literature was oriented around this primary greatness or this character ethic. But then after that, there is a trend change, and we success become more of a personality, of social image consciousness, of communication skills, talent and technique. And we change this shifting. As I already said, that yes, if we lack these secondary skills or this secondary greatness, are there the effects? Yes, but these effects are secondary, not primary. We cannot compromise the primary greatness for this secondary greatness. And hence, because of this shift also, there is that is also one of the root. I'm just taking a homeopathic approach towards where the man has reached, where we have arrived, and then we can find the solutions appropriate to those things. Again, there are some theories of determinism. For example, understand that the difference between man and the difference between animals and the trees and the shrubs, both are living. I mean, all of them are living. We are all living species, but there is a difference between human beings. And before I begin my presentation, I would just like to continue with that, and then I will arrive at my presentation. As a human beings, there is a consciousness in us. That consciousness is flexible. But the consciousness in animals, the consciousness in species, it is in a way rigid, it is fixed. For example, if you sow a rose seed, then when the season is right, after a due process, the shrub, and what will come out of that rose seed is rose only. Because rose seed cannot change its program. Rose seed will only give rose, and so do the jasmine, and so do the lily, because they are fixed in their programming. By instinct or by nature, they are fixed in their programming. So is the case with animals also. For example, when a tiger is hungry, the tiger doesn't see whether it is violent or non-violent, whether I ought to do this violence or not. Tiger doesn't have these ideas. A lion doesn't have these ideas. A lion is hungry, and the only thing he knows is that when there is a hunger, the lion just pounces and eats. He doesn't see whether this is Ekadashi or Chaturthi, or whether it is the, whether it is a fasting day. For lion, it is no fasting. This principle doesn't matter to him. He is hungry, and that's it. His consciousness is fixed. There is a fixed programming. What I'm saying is that the trees, the plants, the animals, their programming is by instinct, by nature, by default. And by default, they run their life as given by the nature. They cannot direct their programming. They cannot change their programming. Their software is conditioned. They're fixed. For example, I'm using the computer metaphor. The computer you have, yes, it takes responsibility for effectively running the program which is there in the software. For example, this is a Zoom meeting now. The link is shared with everyone. There is another link shared for YouTube channels, live streaming. And when they click the right link, yes, just very, very honestly, very, very sincerely, with precision, the same program opened. It did not open another program of IPL 2020 or another program. Yes, computer takes that much responsibility. Your laptop, your mobile takes that much responsibility of just running that program for which. But if the program is wrong itself, the computer doesn't know. The link doesn't know. The software in the computer doesn't know whether it is right or wrong, whether the program needs to be changed or not, whether this is good for children or not. They just follow, obey the program. Even, in fact, computers are not even aware that they are programmed. In a way, their consciousness is so rigid. Animals doesn't know that, whether they are programmed or not. They never think about that. But what about humans? Humans are programmed, yes, to some extent. And that's why I'm going to talk about the 3 theories of determinism, they say. There are basically 3 theories how we are programmed in life. The first theory, they say, is genetic determinism. In the genetic determinism, they say that your grandparents did it to you. There is a theory which says that whatever the DNA is in the grandparents, it has come to us. It goes to the third generation. And so if the grandparent, if my grandparent or your grandparent was, very angry man, and then probably the same genes were carried into us, directly transported into us. And therefore we can say that, oh, what can I do? I have inherited so and so genes, and so that's the way I am. So this is called as a determinist paradigm, that we think that now this is the way, and basically I can't do anything about it. The second is called as psychic determinism. The first was genetic determinism. The second is psychic determinism. It says that this is the way I am brought up by my parents. This is the way I was conditioned by my parents. This is the way they scripted me. This is the way I observed. I grow up in my family, seeing my mom, my dad, my siblings. And this is the way I am in my life. And if there is an emotional scripting, if there is a comparison, if these are the things happening in my family, and then I inherited it in a way, or in a way, this become a part of my software or my conditioning of my life. This is called as psychic determinism. I'm just talking about how animals, their minds get framed, how plants, species, and how as a humans, we are also conditioned. And is this a permanent conditioning? And based upon that, we will have the response or the reaction in our lives, or is there a change possible? Can we change in life? Because we are all talking about self-development, we are talking about personality development, we are talking about mindset change. In my university, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Dr. Karad, Vishwanath Karad sir, from the last 40 years, he has been working very, very hard on how to bring the positive mindset in the youngsters. I'm just very happy to just let you know along the lines that in the last 2 years, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, has built the world's biggest dome in Pune, just 30 kilometers from the Pune, the biggest dome in the world, even bigger than the the dome there in the St. Peter's, 160 feet diameter, 263 feet height. It took 15 years to build. And it was inaugurated 2 years back by the Honorable Vice President of India, Shri Venkaiah Naidu ji. And he has been working very much hard, very, very hard. And now my Executive President, Dr. Shri Rahul Karad sir, taking the same legacy ahead. So we are all talking about this positive mindset, but we want sustainable. We want that these fruits should carry on to the next generation in our own lives also, and they should be continued. And based upon that generation, the next generation has to be much more compassionate, much more loving. But are we finding that in our lives now? In fact, most of the time, this is the problem that, and in our National Education Policy 2020 also, under the chairmanship of Dr. Kasturi Ranganji, you all know the NEP 2020, they have given much more importance that we don't want only IQ. We want corresponding high levels of emotional intelligence, EQ also. And in fact, we also want to tap into the still deeper dimension of our intelligence, that is SQ, spiritual intelligence also. Not only as a verbal nomenclature, but really experiential level. And so I'm just talking about these three theories, how man is said to have evolved in their mind. So this genetic determinism says that it's in my DNA. I can't do anything about it. There are many people who say that, yes, when you are a child, the life as a child, or genetic determinism, or the psychic determinism. These two theories says that as a child, all the parameters of your life are fixed. Maybe up to the age of 13, they say that 90% of the limitations and the periphery where we can maximum go in our life is fixed. And then the man can do nothing more than that. The limits and the goals of his, to what extent he can go is fixed in life. So in that sense, these two determinism. There is another theory which is called as environmental determinism. Everything other than you, outside you, comes under the environmental determinism. For example, your spouse, your boss, your son or daughter, economic policies of the government, even stars, galaxies, even the cat crossing the path, everything which is beyond your control. Some people even say that, I am not responsible for this because, I was determined to succeed, but the cat crossed my path that day and it got me a bad omen and therefore I failed. So this theory also says that something outside me is responsible for my situation in life. But is it really true? Is it really true that we are a product like that? Then what is the difference between machine and man? Machines are also made for certain capacities, and machines are fixed. They carry on those capacities. For machines, we use the term efficiency. For humans, for man, we use the word effectiveness. Hence, this program, we call it as response effectiveness. If you really observe, the whole of the human life is nothing but, having the ability to respond to respond to people, to respond to life, to respond to circumstances and situation in your life, to respond to the challenges. For example, right now, we are responding to the challenge posed by this great pandemic. Can you understand? Can you imagine in this, new normal? I never think that, in my last 25 years of working in this field of motivation and emotional intelligence, sitting at your office or your home, and then which sitting you are conveying, and the people around, they are also sitting, or maybe some people, in their cozy beds or in their whatever maybe. And this is a new normal, yes. But then rising and responding to those things. And, very fortunately, we are responding to this situation. And so is it so that then we are a fixed person in the life, that this is how we are determined? And then therefore, and if we are conditioned in this way, then because of this conditioning, we have a set pattern of reacting to the life. It is said that we live in thoughts. We are a bundle of thoughts. We are just conditioned like machines. And then something happens in our life, and then we have conditioned how to react or how to deal with that situation. That tendency becomes fixed, because over and over again, when we live the same pattern, it becomes ingrained in our life pattern. And then, something happens like that, and we behave in the same way. You must have heard the name Pavlov, the German physicist. He is famous for his dog experiment. His experiment is that you give dog something to eat, and at the same time you ring the bell. You give dog something to eat, ring the bell. Give dog something to eat, ring the bell. After a few days or maybe weeks, the dog is conditioned with this. This is called in psychology language as associationist psychology. The ringing of the bell and the food is associated in the dog's mind. After a few weeks, you just ring the bell at that time and don't provide the food, and still the dog would salivate. Now, this is tremendous. There is no food in front of the dogs, but still just you ring the bell and the dog would begin to salivate. Why? Saliva will come to the dog. Why? Because in the dog, ringing of the bell is associated with giving the food. So, yes, Professor Tanmay, you would like to say something?
No, sir. Please continue.
My voice is clear, I believe.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir.
Okay, thank you, Tanmay.
I would just want all the participants to more just be interactive and respond to sir. I'm sure the things that he's saying are making true sense, and I've been shared such kind of analogies by my parents as well, so I can totally relate to it. The analogy that has become so embedded into the mind, as if ringing of the bell is the actual reason for his satisfaction of his hunger, right? So
okay, but fantastic. Well said, Tanmay. Tanmay, last 15 minutes we are going to devote for question answer, isn't it so?
Yeah, sir. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, is this the policy, standard policy also?
Also, totally.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So, so now, whether really we are conditioned that way, that someone insults us, and unconsciously we have habitual of reacting to that insult. Because if the same type of conditioning happens in the dog, ringing the bell, and then the production of the food or the provision of the food, and then is it the same? So are we also like conditioned like that? And then is our whole life is a product of those type of conditions and conditioning? Because there are two types of map in our head. One is called as the map of the reality, the way things are, and another is called as the map of the way things should be, that is values. We all carry some maps in our head. Many of us are not even aware that we are carrying certain maps. We never question our thinking. We never question our maps, mind maps. We never question the maps in our head. We only believe that the way we are living is the way it should be or the way it is. And the biggest fundamental shift in this paradigm, or paradigm means the way we see the things. See doesn't mean in our visual sense of sight, but paradigm means the way we interpret, the way we understand the world. It is said that we see the world not as it is, but as we are, or better, as we are conditioned to see it. And hence, what is the solution then? If we are made up this way, if we are conditioned, is there a role of condition in our life? Tremendous. Unless and until we take an objective look at this conditioning, unless and until we ask the questions to ourselves that why I think the way I think, why I do the way I do, why I say something is right when I say something is right, why I deny something when I deny something. Do we ask questions? Most of the people, most of the times, never ever ask questions. They simply assume that this is the way the life is and this is the way life has to be. And that's why there are so many conflicts in the world, because A has certain type of assumptions, B has certain type of assumptions. In our Upanishads, Vedas, it is said that ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. Truth is one, but learned people see it or believe it in all different their intellectual ways. Yes, but really, do we give that benefit of doubt to others? Or for me, we are more interested most of the time in my truth. We are not interested in truth per se. We should be interested in truth per se, not my truth or the other truth. The biggest humbleness is to be ready to anything, to accept anything. I mean, understand, listen, be open. And the moment we understand that what I am listening or reading is higher than what I have been believing or what I have been carrying on in my life, the biggest intellectual man will drop whatever he is carrying immediately. This is what is called as transformation. There is a difference between change and transformation. Change is very gradual. Transformation is sudden. That sharpness is the purpose of education. The moment some bigger reality comes to our consciousness, we should immediately drop the lesser reality which we are carrying and be open to the next one and be open to the next one. That's how all the scientific endeavor is. Newton always was superseded by Einstein, and the Einstein by nowadays the quantum physicist, and then the other theories of the consciousness, the force field theory and other theories. And so what are these things? We need to understand, and for that now I will begin my presentation. Probably I'm given the right to share the screen, and friends, here I am going to share my screen now for a better understanding. Okay, so is there sharing happening?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you see the slide, please?
So right now it's the window of Zoom, sir.
Okay, so let me just. Is it now correct?
Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. So now I believe that this is what we are going to deal with. Success. We are talking about a success which is not partial, which is not compromise. Success at the expense of something. No, that's not acceptable. For example, success at the expense of health, success at the expense of relationship, success at the expense of the missing the bigger meaning of being born in this life. No, not acceptable. So for us, it is a holistic approach. It's like body, mind, heart, spirit, growing in all the way, not compromising. That's what probably we're calling as a success. So friends, as we were talking about this responsiveness, we will understand that there are some hardwire. We are talking about conditioning. When I say conditioning, I'm always talking about certain hardwired approaches we carry on in our life. So just as there are certain conditioning, hardwired programming in our life, similarly, there are some hardwired birth gifts also we have received. And these gifts are mostly unopened. That is the tragedy. We always, whatever age and stage we are in our life are, but we always have certain, maybe there are birthdays, not maybe now, but when we were young, most of them in our young age, in college, when we were in college or etc. So we have birthdays. Some people gave us the gift and we immediately opened those gifts. Probably we did not wait for the next day also. We were so curious to open those gifts. Nothing wrong in that. But there are certain gifts which are absolutely the gifts of life. But unfortunately, they are mostly unopened. In a few moments, we are, taking a look at what these life gifts are. And, unfortunately, they remain unopened. Some of these gifts can be like freedom and power to choose. Some of these gifts we are talking about. We are talking about these gifts. These gifts are nothing but principles, universal principles, timeless principles, self-evident principles. Let me talk about one thing, a difference between principles and practice. Because many times people misunderstand between these two things, what is practice and what is principles. Practice is situational specific. A practice which works in one situation may not necessarily work in the other. For example, if you are parent, then you know that the way you brought up your first child, the same way, if you are having more than one child, the same way you cannot expect your second child to be brought. That practice has to be different. But the principles are universal. Principles are timeless. They are self-evident. And when we are talking about these birth gifts, we are talking about these natural principles. Okay, so this is the, effectiveness. The heading is that response effectiveness, the turning point in life. Yes, this is the turning point really we are willing to learn. So what I said up till now, just create a background, just created a foundation for now jumping into this great transformation or this great shift, paradigm shift in this our life from reaction to response. It is said that we are not chemicals, so we can think before reacting. But really, yes, it is true that we are not chemicals, so we can think before reacting. But really, it is said that, but most of the time we are chemicals. For example, if some of you are sitting in your office, men or women, maybe, if you are in your college and if you are in your office working, in a way, we are all chemicals. And another chemical is waiting at your home, your spouse. And after the end of the day, one chemical goes to the house. Hydrochloric acid goes to the house. Sulfuric acid is waiting there. And you know what? So in a way, yes, we are not chemicals. But most of the time we behave as if we are only chemicals. We just produce the same results again and again. So how to move from reaction to response? This is what essentially this response effectiveness I'm going to talk. And I'm going to talk to it about by considering a theory which is called as a stimulus response theory. Here it goes. We call it as a proactive model, or we call it as a responsive model, effective response model. And let's go like this. This is what I call it as a stimuli. The singular is stimulus and the plural is stimuli. Friends, what is stimulus? Stimulus means the things which happen in our lives. Whatever things happen in our life, which is beyond your control, the other person's behavior or the things happening in the environment, etc. We call them all those things is happening other than you, outside you, is called as stimuli or stimulus. Another thing is that what we do with those stimulus. What we do with those stimulus, that the response which we choose to do with those stimulus. And in those, there is a great possibility. If we understand that the kind of response I want to give will depend upon the situation. It will not be a fixed response. It will not be an automatic generated reaction. It will not come from my limited memory. It will not come from my collective memory up till now. It will be a fresh response. See, reaction is always still dead. Response is ever fresh, ever new. Response depends upon your values. Reaction depends upon the feelings and the emotions of the circumstances. And so this theory, which is called a stimulus response theory, and I'm just going with this example, that the first criteria, with awareness only this happens. The most fundamental paradigm of effectiveness, we are talking about response effectiveness, the most fundamental paradigm means to shift. Paradigm shift means the shift from one way to another. To shift from being reaction giver to the response maker is self-awareness. because many people are not aware. They are living a automaton life, and hence whatever comes to their life, whatever stimulus happens, the way things happen in life, they react in a certain way. They are conditioned that way. So many times people think that they are growing, but people stop at certain age or stage of life. For example, some people 5 years back also for a particular situation in the life, they reacted in the same way. 5 months ago, the same way. 5 days ago, the same way. Today, also the same way. Tomorrow, 5 months later, 5 years later. So if 5 years before and 5 years later, for a particular set of circumstances, if we are behaving in the same way, where is the growth? Where have we grown in life? So in that sense, I am saying that many times people are stuck up in the collective past memory. Their life is just, happening the same way. They are reacting to the situation. But when we are talking about the response, carefully look at this diagram. If you take this stimulus, this arrows, these 2 arrows after the stimulus, and if you take the response, this rectangle, if you take this rectangular closer to the stimulus rectangle, slowly, you will find the gap between the stimulus and response. This will become narrow. You take it again narrow. And just when these 2 arrows, from stimulus arrows and these response arrows, when they meet, there is no gap. Comes stimulus and people respond. And that is not called as response, it is called as then reaction. And friends, that's what most of the life is all about. There is no freedom to choose our response. Just people, react to the situation. But there is a gentleman, I'm just going to talk about a story, because that story is worth understanding how that gentleman has, changed. Because I'm going to talk about the story of Dr. Viktor Frankl. Dr. Viktor Frankl, an Austrian psychologist, or we can say neurologist. And this Austrian neurologist was captured during the Second World War. He was also trained in the Freudian psychology. Freudian psychology, if you know the Sigmund Freud, Freudian psychology also says the same, that the limits and parameters of your life are fixed, and then you can basically do nothing in your life till the age of maybe 12, 13 or 14, something like that. That philosophy says that most of the limits and parameters of your life are set, and then basically you just continue with those set of your tools in your whole life. The Freud was also from Austria, a great neurologist in a way, and he was caught in the Second World War by Nazi forces. And as you know, 6 million Jews. He was also a Jew, so 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. So Dr. Frankl was also sent in the Auschwitz concentration camp. And within a few days, his whole family perished, friends, there in that Auschwitz camp. His parents, children, except for his elder sister, everyone, whole family perished either in the oven or in the other way. And even when he was also, Dr. Viktor Frankl was alive, he was also not knowing whether he will be alive next day or not. It was such an inhuman treatment. He was going to utter type of disgrace in life. And we cannot even talk about those kind of situation in the life. Here the story goes. One day, Dr. Frankl was in his camp, alone in this small chamber, naked, because all the Jews, once they enter the camp, they were to be balded, no hairs, everything was taken off from them, only skeleton, only the body. Please understand, in that context, we are talking about freedom to choose our response to the situation. Friends, probably if you take a deep and serious and listen to this story, probably we will understand the kind of challenges we have in our life. They are nothing, they are minuscule, they are non-existent as compared to what the story which we are talking about now. And so Dr. Frankl, one day, naked, alone in a prison chamber, and one day he started to think about he become aware of about one ability in him, which he later called as the last of the human freedom. Understand the terminology he uses, last of the human freedom. The freedom is that he could become an observer to the whole situation. He knew, Dr. Frankl knew that what is happening to him is happening to his body. He cannot control the outside environment, but he could decide within himself how all of this is going to affect him as a person. He is going to have the power to choose the response to this very situation he was in. The Nazi forces, they had more liberty. They had more option in the environment. They could do whatever they wanted to do with his body. But this man, Dr. Frankl, could choose within himself his internal freedom, his internal sources of power, to decide within himself how he is going to respond to what they are doing to his life, what they have done to his family. This embryonic freedom he had, friends, slowly, slowly, his freedom grew. Slowly, slowly, this freedom grew so big that it became more than the freedom of those Nazis. They had external freedom, he had internal freedom. Dr. Frankl slowly started the use of imagination, started the use of visualization based upon his morality. And then he could, within that chamber, decide that, okay, when I am freed from this camp, how I'm going to teach my students. He was also a professor of neurology. And so he decided how I'm going to teach my student about the very lesson I learned from this treacherous torture and misery and pain and filth. And then he said that, yes, between stimulus and response lies our greatest freedom. And this is true for you and me, guys. Between stimulus and response, man has the greatest freedom, power to choose. And this freedom and this power comes only to those who refuse to be machines, who refuse to be free, fixed like animals. They have the flexibility. For them, whatever happens to their life, they don't react immediately. They keep the gap between stimulus and response. What Frankl said is that the stimulus, the obnoxious, the treacherous, the dreadful things happening in your life, stimulus, but then he did not react based upon his collective memory. He decided to give the response based upon the values of his life. Frankl became inspiration for the prisoners also. The Frankl becomes inspiration for even the prisoner guards also. He gave them the meaning in this even misery and the frustration also. In the suffering also, the Frankl gave them the meaning, and he became an inspiration to all of them. Why? Because of these unique capacities, which we call it as a hardware gifts. If you remember, in the few slides I talked about the hardware birth gifts. Yes, these are really the birth gifts we were talking about. The birth gifts of self-awareness. What is self-awareness? The ability to think about our very thought process. A few moments back, I told you, asking questions to ourselves, that why I think the way I think, why I believe the way I believe, why I deny when I deny, why I say something is right and has to be when I say something is right and has to be. What is the science behind that? What is the logic? What is the rationale? Just because we are carrying something in our memory for a long time, does that become true? Somebody says that, yes, this has been my whole life journey. Yes, but have you questioned it? We need to have the guts and the courage even to question, because that is called as self-awareness paradigm or self-awareness, the ability to question ourselves. Why I think the way I think. That is the first paradigm. And when I call this as a birth gift, hardwired birth gift, and why did I say that they are unopened? Because we most of the times never give them an opportunity to open up. They open up when whatever happens in our life, we are not in a habit of reacting. We remain watchful. We remain alert. We don't have the necessary urgency and the impulsive urge to react to the situation. We allow the emotion of the situation. We step back. We wait. We create a gap between stimulus and response. We take a pause. If you really understand the greatest of the character strength of many of the people who have gone to the highest level of understanding the life, you would find that whatever happens in their life, they don't have the necessary impulsive urge to react then and there. They wait for, they go with that failure patiently. They go with that insult patiently. Here I can recall one of the great sentence of Einstein. Einstein once said that it is not that I am too intelligent or genius. Einstein said about his success, it is not that I am too genius or too intelligent. It is just that I stay with my problems longer. What did Einstein said is that he said that whenever problems come in the form of personal relation, whatever may be, he said that I don't give up. I don't immediately react. I just hang on. I just remain with that patiently. And that's the secret he is saying. In many facets also we can say like this, that these hardware gifts, self-awareness, again, I repeat the definition. What is that? The ability to think about our own thought process. What is imagination? The ability to think in our minds beyond our present reality. What is conscience? The ability to decide between the right and the wrong. A deeper inner awareness of the right and the wrong. And what is independent will, more commonly called as willpower? The ability to act based on our self-awareness, free of all other impulses. Again, let me repeat. What is willpower or independent will? Ability to act, action, karma. Ability to act based on our self-awareness. Means pause, reflexive ability. The ability to act based on our self-awareness, free of all other impulses, means freedom from the past conditioning. And when we are free from the past conditioned behavior, and when we act based upon this reflexive awareness, then comes a response. And that response is qualitatively going to be very, very different from the one which when there is no gap between stimulus and response, it is a reaction. Comes stimulus and the reaction comes this way, and something. For example, if we can understand our own lives, we can have the testimony of our own life, or you can think from the life experiences in your family, in your organization, that you can know that if something happens in your family, how your spouse or your child or your subordinate or your boss or your neighbor, how they are going to respond or react, you can tell, you can vouch for sure. Why? Because you know that for this type of situation, they have a habit. It is easy to find other person's behavior. We can find our own behavior also. Sometimes we may not behave outwardly that way. We may have the ability to control our action, behavior, outward behavior, I'm saying. But some people, something happens in their interiority. The adrenaline starts flowing. So the reaction has already happened, though inward. Obviously, this is also a great step that the other person did not know. And so you saved the relationship. But then in that process, you harm your body by producing some type of wrong secretions in your body. How to control? What is the way? Slowly, slowly, we need to understand, yes, that the fundamental truth about the nature of the man, which Dr. Frankl also discovered in those situations, that between stimulus and response lies our biggest freedom, the power to choose our response and the freedom to choose our response. So when something happens in your life, if you don't react, if you wait. So I think, my dear colleagues, to have an effective response in our life, one of the best way we can do is that if we take this decision from today, if we understand this phenomenal principle that yes, there is a gap or space between stimulus and response, and in that gap or space lies our biggest power, and that is power to choose, or the freedom to choose our response. And in this response lies our greatest success, greatest happiness, greatest meaningful existence in our life. If we understand this phenomenal principles of human nature, and then if we can just
make it a part of our second nature, part of our consciousness. And if whatever happens in our life from this moment onwards, if we become vigilant, whatever happens, for example, today, when you go home, something happens which we normally behave in that way. And if you just remain alert and step back and don't react and just wait, and that wait maybe few seconds, maybe, because we just want to break that pattern. Sometimes few seconds will do, because that pattern is automatic, instantaneous. And if you just remain alert, aware, conscious during making those choices, actually we can call it as a conscious choice making principle also. And when something happens, and when you are conscious and you break that pattern, and suddenly you will find all these hardwired birth gifts, which we are gotten as in our embryo. Everyone has gotten this, whether we are poor or young or white or black or man or women, doesn't matter. But within our embryo, as a characteristics of our soul, these characteristics of self-awareness, imagination, conscience, independent will, we have this, and they start to take birth. The moment you create this minuscule, small gap between stimulus and then the response, and one by one these qualities develop. And the more we exercise this embryonic freedom, the more we exercise these qualities, and the more you will find that the better you will become, we will become in our response. Now, friends, please understand from this slide, the way, for example, without any gap, stimulus comes something in our life and we react without the help and the aid of these 4 unique capacities of the human nature, or we can call it as endowments: self-awareness, imagination, conscience, and independent will. The reaction comes, the quality of that reaction, and with the support and aid of these 4 unique human natures and capacities, and comes the response. Can you see the phenomenal qualitative difference between that reaction prior and this response now? It is going to make a huge response. It is going to make a huge difference. No amount of behavior, no amount of attitudinal training, no amount of smile training, no amount of just, is going to help. Those things are okay, yes, good. But basically, when we come from this interiority, and even sometimes with the lack of those things, also you are going to make a great impact and a great response. Just, in the last 15 minutes, sometimes we may not be aware, whether we are giving response in life or whether we are giving reaction in life. So here is a test. For example, I talked to you about 2 types of maps in our head. The maps of the way things are, that is realities, and the maps of the way things should be, that is values. Everybody is carrying these 2 maps in our life. So, but we cannot operate, we cannot break open our head and find out whether I am proactive or responsive person or whether I am reactive person in my life. So how to do that? You don't have to go to a doctor and go for operation and find out, doctor, please find out what type of person I am. But probably our language is a very great indicator of the nature. It is a real indicator. The type of language we use is a real indicator of the degree of our reactiveness or our responsiveness. See the language of the reactive people and find out the people in your life, or maybe I encourage you to find out whether are you like that. Reactive people, they are affected by their physical weather. If the weather is good, they feel good. If it is not, it affects their attitude and performance. Are you like that? Physical weather. I mean, some people are like that. They may say that, oh, today it is so dark, today it is so clumsy, today, the weather is like, so today I don't want to do anything. Today I don't feel like doing anything. Why? Because their behavior is affected by the physical weather. Or are you like the right side person, that you carry your own weather with you? The people who are responsive, they are value-driven, friends. And if their value is to produce good quality work, they will produce that good quality work. Whether it rains or shines, doesn't matter to them. They are value-driven. They are principle-driven. They are responsive. And if their value is to produce that work, they will do it. The outside weather, the physical weather doesn't make any difference for them. If you are most of the time like that, that nature, that coolness, that rainy day, or something, that doesn't matter. affect your performance, then probably, you or the people around you, you can watch, then that is a degree of their responsiveness, or they are responsive. In the same way, again, the second, the reactive people, they are affected by their social weather. I mean, social weather means social environment, you can say. If people treat them well, they feel well. And not, if not, the people, they become defensive, they become protective. You have observed, or see in your life also, that when some people don't treat us well, most of the time that those people spend that whole day clumsy, ugly, defensive. But these are then the reactive, a kind of a reactive approach to life. Somebody with his character or her character weakness tell you something, passes some remarks on something, abuses you something, and then the reactive people build their all emotional life based upon that behavior of the another person. What they are doing is that they are magnifying the weakness of that person and bringing it into their life. Come on, what people are doing, can you understand? That for that misery, for that weakness of that person, they are carrying and magnifying that weakness, and then just magnifying that weakness and empowering that weakness in their own personal life. That is being reactive. One person's hurt. But the proactive people don't get affected, or the responsive people don't get affected by the behavior of others. They don't allow the weakness of the other people to control them. Mahatma Gandhi ji said that they cannot take away our self-respect if we do not give it to them. Eleanor Roosevelt says, no one can hurt you without your consent. Yes, they say that nobody can hurt you without your consent. It is not what happens to you that hurts you. It is your response or reaction to what happens to you that hurts you far more than what happens to you in the first place. Other person's insult, other person's words, friends, don't hurt us. And if it hurts us, then it is because we have absolved ourselves from taking responsibility of our own behavior, of our own conscious response. We are going with the conditions. We are going with that reactive pattern, which we have already has a part of our mind, our part of our software. But if we take this another way, proactive way, then they say that no one can hurt me without my consent. When I give consent, yes, I will hurt. Then it becomes a choice. Someday you can say that, yes, I choose to get hurt. And then that's why I am hurt. Yes, take responsibility. You have taken the responsibility, but no more you are going to say that I am hurt because of him or her. No. You are not blaming another person for your own situation. You are saying, today I want to get hurt. But when you say, I am hurt because I choose to, you can also make a choice not to get hurt and say that I choose not to get hurt. Proactive people, responsive people, for them the life is choice. Life is a choice, friends. To be happy is a choice, not to be happy is a choice. To be in misery is a choice, not to be in misery is a choice. So suppose today and from all the moments hereafter till our last breath, life is a choice. So we cannot say, the responsive people cannot say that my life has brought me in the misery. No, it's always a choice. In fact, the most difficult circumstances in the life, for example, the example I gave of Dr. Frankl, and even in those circumstances, if we hold on to this, our freedom of choice, then that will give us tremendous internal powers to handle the more demanding situation in our life, and we can be inspiration for all others to follow also. In the third, probably I have already covered, reactive people are driven by feelings, proactive people are driven by values. Please understand, there are two ways possible in our life. We can choose to be driven by feelings, emotions, but understand, we can also choose to be driven by values. Here I am saying right values, and right values means nature's principles, the principles which I talked earlier about. And reactive people absolve themselves of responsibility. Here comes the greatest, our topic. And proactive people understand and accept responsibility. Please understand this word responsibility. And now analyze this word. Break this word. Responsibility is equal to, in a mathematical equation, I am saying responsibility equals to response plus ability. That is ability to choose my response. responsible equal to mathematical equation. I'm saying responsible equal to response plus able to choose my response. So I'm not talking about responsibility, or responsible means you follow the time, you are a very fidelity person. Yes, good quality. But here the word responsibility means I have the ability to choose my response. And when we say that I don't have the ability to choose my response, I'm not able to choose my response, I operate from my past conditioning in a way, then those people we can call as irresponsible. Then irresponsible means I'm not able to choose my response. Again, another parameter, look at this language also. That was one set of behavioral pattern. This is also another set of behavioral pattern. Still, I have, I think, 5-6 minutes, 4:45, before 4:45 to put questions. Let us take this slide also. Reactive language, proactive language. In reactive language, see whether this is the language we often hear in your organization, in your family, or maybe your own. This type of people say, there is nothing I can do. Responsive language is, let's look at our alternatives. When we say there is nothing I can do, half an hour back, I talked about the paradigm called as determinism. That psychic determinism, or the genetic determinism, or the environmental determinism. Nothing I can do means, the situation and the circumstances in the life are like that. I can't do anything. I can't, this is my DNA, and basically I'm in a hopeless situation and I have to do this way. This is reactive. That is just the way I am. Many people must have said, in Hindi we can say, मैं ऐसा हूँ, मैं ऐसी हूँ, that's it. कुछ नहीं हो सकता, मैं ऐसा हूँ भाई, क्या कर सकता हूँ, मैं ऐसा हूँ मैं. Now again understand, if this is the language you are often hearing, or maybe coming from you, this is reactive language. The proactive language or the responsive language will always say, well, if it is good to be this way, I can choose a different approach. These people are always flexible. For these people, the way I am is not necessary. The way I should be, the values, the better option, the higher option, this is always, they are always willing to grow up. They don't stop where they are. They are not fixed. So they are proactive, they are responsive. He makes me so mad. In Hindi, you might have heard this proverb. Arey baap re, mera boss pagal kar deta baba. Arey wo mera padosi baap re. Aisa hai na, pagal ho jata hu main. Now this is a reactive language. This language says that something outside me, something outside me means some other person's emotions, behavior, it makes me, it is, behave in a certain way. It's beyond my control. But this responsive people says, I control my own feelings. If you say, now this is the normal language, most of the time people say, kya karna bhai, mujhe Sunday ko bhi office jana hi padta hai. I have to go on Sunday also. See the language. The moment you say, I have to, we reduce ourselves to a slave. We reduce ourselves to the state of mind where I can't do anything. I become a victim. But when you say that, no, my organization is a great organization. They have a tremendous, goals in my life. They count on me for those goals also. And I rise to those occasions. I rise. I understand as a meaningful part of the organization, it is necessary in this situation to rise, to contribute. And hence I choose to do that. I choose to go in the office on those days also. You choose, you become empowered. You don't become a victim by saying, I have to. You say, I choose to. Anyway, sometimes if you have no other option, instead of saying, I have to, it is much better to rise and say, I choose to. Much better. As a principle also, or as an option also. And then the language like, I can't and I choose, and I must and I prefer. And if only, the last thing is, if only, find the language. Sometimes the language you have heard is that, if only I had a compassionate boss, if only I have a very loving wife or husband, if only I have a handsome, height and body, and if only I am born in metro, and etc. This is all if only. If only means you are blaming those situations which you cannot do anything about, and bringing those things as an alibi for our situation in our life. But look at the proactive or the responsive language. It says, I will, it's not if only, I will respond. I will take a different approach. I will, choose a better way of dealing with this situation. And so this is how. So basically, friends, let me again come back to the stop sharing part. And okay, so let me come back to the part that this is basically what we are saying is that response effectiveness. So in a nutshell, in the 2 minutes, what we said is that whatever happens in our life, anything, any situation, anything what happens in your life and my life, those situations, and there are often always there are two options in life. One, we can react to the situation without taking the aid of those 4 unique human capacities as a birth gift we always have received. And that happens when we don't give any gap between stimulus and our responsiveness. We immediately jump to the conclusion. We immediately react based upon our past conditional pattern. Just like a machine, you switch on the light and the light is on. You switch on the table fan and the fan is on. Fan doesn't respond. Fan only reacts. Machines only react. And so if we also, based upon the past experience, react, then we will continue the same thing for eternity. And another choice is we can wait. We can take a pause. We can know that there is always a gap between stimulus and response. And you can just break that habitual pattern, which might have brought response, might have brought reaction also. But now, as a conscious choice in your life, you just wait. You just break the old pattern. You just stop. You can start using it right from this moment onwards in every of our interactions in our day-to-day life also. And then with that stoppage, you break that pattern, suddenly comes the play of all these great endowments of human nature. And once, as you grow in this gap, as the gap between stimulus and response widens, and then you can find that, this self-awareness, this imagination, this conscience, and this willpower. Just with one example, I will end, because this is a very living example. You can relate with this theory. For example, look at the life of Amitabh Bachchan, one of the legend. Many will agree that yes, he's one of the legend. He is legend in the sense his personal life as well as his professional life, and absolutely his personal and professional life is free from most of the times any ambiguity, and he is revered by many of the people for his commitment, for his integrity, for his wisdom and everything. Now, if you carefully observe his life, two things happen. Two things you can find it out. You must have observed also, but here it is fitting with this example. For example, if there is an interview of Amitabh the legend, the interviewer may be a small person or anybody asking some question to Amitabh Bachchan, and you must have observed two qualities in Amitabh. One, that he listens to that person with great intent. When the question is being asked, Amitabh ji is listening to that person in such a reverence, with such a respect, that as if at that moment of time, he has no other work in the world. In a way, this is the biggest respect we can give to other person. When the other person is saying something, and when with all your body, mind, heart, and soul, if you just listen to that person, my dear friends, this is such a reverence to that person that you just enter into the interiority of that person's mind and heart. You may not have the communication skill of speaking, but if you have this communication skill of listening deeply, you have entered into that interiority. That person has already started you regarding as one of his fastest friend. So simple. You don't have to learn English. You don't have to learn, flowery language. Just by patient enough and listening and giving your ear and hearts, you have entered. This quality you can find in Amitabh Bachchan, that he listens so deeply. And another quality which is fitting is here, fitting with this, that when the questioner has asked the question, Amitabh Bachchan don't just, launch as an unguided missile into a reaction. He takes a pause. He waits. He has all the time in the world. And you must have find that all the greatest men and women living on the earth, they have all the great time in the world there. They don't launch into the reaction. They take a pause. The pause may be minuscule. The pause may be momentary. The pause may be few seconds, but they pause. What they are doing is that they are allowing their emotions to settle. They are allowing these qualities also to jump and come to their consciousness. And with the help of this self-awareness, they become aware of the situation, what life is asking for, what this person wants to, what is the role I am expected to, and with the imagination, what my response will do to this man or women. With the imagination that if I respond this way, this will happen. If I respond this way, this is going to happen. And if this is going to happen is not good, I'm going to change my response. So with these qualities of self-awareness, imagination, conscience also, that whether the response I am giving is based upon correct principles of life or not. And then willpower. And once this response comes, that is most effective than any other response. So, Professor Tanmay, I think I can go ahead with some of the questions if they are having. Thank you very much, for this wonderful opportunity.
No, sir. It's my pleasure, sir.
Thank
Thanks a lot for this wonderful session. Now we'll be opening this particular session for the questions, and I'm sure the participants would be enthralled and they would be having lots of questions to be asked to sir. So
yes, please.
In case someone is willing, you could actually put on your mic and ask the questions yourself. Otherwise, you could also put the same in the chat box and I'll convey it to the sir. And we'll be having a discussion on the same.
Okay, so I can
Hello,
see,
sir.
yeah. So
Hello, sir.
Yes, please, yes.
Sir, my name is Shrikant.
Yes,
so
please.
thanks for your enlightening session, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, one question I have is you talked about if you encounter a particular situation, you should not jump to react. You should take a pause so that emotions are streamlined. So once the emotions are settled, is it a deliberate process or a natural process of giving out the best reaction? For example, is it deliberate or are you being very mindful about how you are going to react once you settle your emotions? Let's take the example of Amitabh itself. He takes a pause in a movie like Sarkar, understanding the opponent, and then he comes out with the best reaction. Is it deliberate, which happens in the subconscious, or is it naturally happens after that kind of taking pause?
Fantastic. I'm so happy that you have asked such a deep question, Professor Shrikant. I'm so happy for this question. The first thing we need to understand that, I'm from a place where 30 kilometers to Pune is Alandi. Alandi is a place where is the Sant Dnyaneshwara's Samadhi place. A philosopher, saint, embodiment of consciousness and peace. So Dnyaneshwara said that the whole universe is full of consciousness and intelligence. Very surprisingly, Einstein also said, now please understand the difference here. At the age of 16, Dnyaneshwara, while writing a commentary on Bhagavad Gita, said, I am writing Dnyaneshwari to know the nature of the ultimate reality, and I want to know the nature of ultimate reality as a pure consciousness and pure intelligence. At the age of 16, Dnyaneshwara says this, 730 years ago. And Albert Einstein, when he died in 1955, few months before his death, Albert Einstein, as a ripe age of 70 plus, says that, oh my God, now I come to realize that this whole universe is nothing but the manifestation of pure intelligence and pure consciousness. How I am connecting, Professor Shrikant, this? I am connecting it with this, that when you tap into this source of intelligence and consciousness, when you become self-aware and the awareness, this self-awareness is nothing but pure intelligence and pure consciousness. And in that state of intelligence and awareness, whatever comes to you often always is going to be the right, it is going to be the spontaneous response given to you by the nature as a rightful observation, as a rightful response to that given situation.
Okay. Okay, sir. Got it. So it is natural. Okay,
It is
thank you, sir.
natural, it will flow, it will come to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
May
you.
I ask one query, sir?
Yes, Professor Tribhuvan, sir.
No, this is Dhananjay Wagholikar. I'm from Pune.
Okay, this is okay, Dhananjay. Yes, please.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Dhananjay ji, please.
You have very lucidly explained the 4 important aspects regarding response effectiveness.
Yes.
Also, aptly stated example of Amitabh Bachchan, who is a legend in himself. And there are many more. You also rightly pointed out Dhaneshwar. People these days, when not all, but some people in these days, when they say celebrity, they in front of them only few well-imaged people come. But even people, ancient people like Dhaneshwar also is a celebrity. And rather they are celebrity of a much taller order, because even after 700 years, there are lakhs of people who would like to follow them. So that is the kind of, compared to many other celebrities of today. Of course, I'm not comparing, just as a point which came. Now,
may I know your question, please?
My question is, response effectiveness, you said stimulus and response, there is expected to be some gap, and that helps in improving, instead of reacting, improving your response. So, but in a frontier situation where there is no prior human knowledge or experience available, sort of, at least to that person, what could happen to this gap, and what is likely to be the scenario that I would like you to explain a little bit.
Okay, see, actually, it is not about the person or the situation. It is about how we associate. You know, just as we talked about the experiment by that German physicist that gives dog something to eat and ring the bell, and then in his mind he will associate ringing the bell with the supply of the food, and he will begin to salivate. Similarly, we also have some associations in our mind, and we behave like that in a situation. So we are going to relate something or the other in the situation. When I say that you take a pause, what does that mean? Let me tell you about an example which was given by a great philosopher, Irish philosopher. He says, now I just forgot the name, but I will just quote that he was a master, and the master was dying, and the disciple asked that, I have been with you for last 2 decades. So give me some mantra, or give me some way of living these practical things. So that master said to his disciple before, few days before his death, that, okay, I have just only one thing to give it to you. And that is, when you have the urge to respond, when you have the urge to say something, when something happens to you, or when somebody says you something and you have the urge to reply, and you have to reply you must, because you cannot stop without that, then reply and say, and and here is the catch. And he said, reply as you must, and say that I will reply to this after 24 hours. Iska jawab मैं 24 घंटे बाद देता हूं. You know what he was saying? The master was saying that 24 घंटे बाद तो बहुत गंगा बह गई होगी भाई. 24 घंटे बाद तो आपको ही पता चलेगा कि गलत वो नहीं मैं हूं. 24 घंटे बाद तो पता चलेगा कि वो इमोशन डाई डाउन हो गया, और आपको पता चल गया कि in the best interest of me, for example, if certain person wants to keep a spiritual condition, you know why spirituality is the depth in life? Kyunki spirituality is such a subtle thing, subtlest of the things, कि some people don't want to destroy their spiritual tranquil state of mind, और इसलिए वो normally don't indulge into arguments. So हो सकता है 24 घंटे में ये भी feelings आ जाए कि okay, I don't want to destroy my state of calmness, serenity, peaceful state. Okay, good. So वो कहते हैं कि you can respond but this way, then say that कि 24 घंटे में इसका जवाब दूंगा, 24 घंटे बाद शायद आपका response काफी अलग होगा. So this is what I am saying, कि just trust those consciousness, just trust those moments. और एक और philosophy कहती है, just आपका जवाब का ये भी एक आंसर हो सकता है, कि हमारी बॉडी में एक मैकेनिज्म है, जब भी हम कोई चीज का जवाब देते हैं या निर्णय लेते हैं, when we take a decision, there are two types of things happen in our body. The response, there is a feeling of comfort in our body and there is a feeling of discomfort in our body. And most of the time, these feelings of comfort and discomfort is in the area of heart. So, अगर किसी को लगता हो कि मैं ये डिसाइड करूं कि ये डिसाइड करूं, ये जवाब दूं कि ये जवाब दूं, ये निर्णय लूं कि ये निर्णय लूं, स्पेशली ऐसे निर्णय, these are going to make a lot difference. और क्या करूं कि क्या नहीं करूं. So that time, just take the decision and in your mind and look in your heart. And if the response in your heart is comfort, then you can vouch that yes, it is the right one. And if the response in your heart, if you feel shaky, if you feel little bit, perspiration, if the heartbeat becomes more, if you feel that no, this comes with practice, but the body knows how to respond. And if you are giving a discomfortable feeling, don't. But the response you have to give, and the comfortable and the uncomfortable, maybe that may be one of the yardstick of taking the response. And with practice also you can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Malathi from Government Arts College, Coimbatore.
May I know your name, please? Dr. Malathi. Okay.
Malathi.
Malathi.
Yeah,
Okay.
Malathi Arnachalam. Yes.
Yes, please.
Sir, my question is, sir, the session was really excellent session, sir. I thoroughly enjoyed the session. My question is, is it possible to tune our subconscious mind? Because the subconscious mind always gets struck with bad things than the good things. Is it possible to tune awarenessly? Can we tune our subconscious mind towards the positivity?
Okay. So, Dr. Malathi ma'am, thank you for this wonderful question. Dr. Tanmay, please let me know when is the time to hang on the shoes for me. So, Dr. Malathi ma'am, see, the mind as such is nothing but accumulation of the past. Spiritually, it is said that also, or even the scientists of the minds also say that conscious mind and the below that subconscious or the unconscious, it's a vast realm, and we don't have access to it. And it is good, they say, that because if everything of the subconscious or the unconscious mind becomes conscious, then we cannot live our life. And hence there is a mechanism by the nature that many of the things which are irrelevant to our life, they are just thrown into that subconscious vast storehouse of our memories. But there are also great things also. So you are saying that, can we tap into that subconscious mind? Yes, we can. Because our conscious mind deals with the day-to-day basis. But the best of the things, for example, if you want anything to happen in your life, for example, you want to get up early in the morning, you want to do exercise every day, you want only positive thoughts to come in your mind, if you want good health in your life, then it is said that the best way is to repeat an affirmation. In this workshop, there are some great legends coming up in the next few days. And my friend, Dr. Chaitanya Agrawal, or Dr. Meena Agrawal, and they are the huge Reiki masters, and working in this area for last 3 decades, 4 decades. They are also going to have a wonderful discussion and therapy on that. But yes, by giving positive affirmation again and again, the results you want in your life, one of the best way to deep dive into those realms of subconscious mind is think only those things which you want in your life. Don't think what you don't want in your life, because what you want in your life, whatever you think in your life will happen in your life. So don't ever think about those things which you don't want, because when you think about those things and when you repeat them often again in your life, they are going to manifest in your life. So if you want those things to manifest in your life, yes, repeat them, affirm them. Even if they are not true today, still just think about them, repeat them, affirm them, and then surely you will tap into them. You will make a groove, you will enter into that domain, and then once it is caught, that idea is caught by the subconscious realm of your mind, automatically they will find its manifestation in your conscious mind and your day-to-day life. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, good evening, sir. This is Geeta, sir.
One second.
Yes.
Sir, a similar question, sir, please, sir.
Yes.
Geeta, sir.
Geeta, okay, ma'am, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, my question is whether response can be a silence, sir, permanent silence. without responding, sir. Whether that is acceptable.
See, response has not to be always and always verbal. As you know, the communication experts always know that the communication is non-verbal also and verbal also. So sometimes no response is the response. Sometimes silence is the response. You know, and in our philosophy, in our Hindu philosophy, it is always said that maunam sarvartham svikrutam. They say that when you are maun, when you are silent, it means you say yes. You say that, you know, you have seen the Mahabharata, especially in the pandemic, we have seen multiple versions of Mahabharata, some version of Ramayana. And when the Draupadi Vastraharan was going on and the Bhishma Pitava was silent and all other legends were silent, in a way, what they were saying, in a way, maunam sarvartham svikrutam. So they were, you know, in a way, so in a way, they were liable to this crime also. So Dr. Geeta ma'am, yes, in fact, remaining silent sometimes is the response of the wise man. Everything don't have to have the verbal things. You can be silent sometimes, but again, that will come natural to us from that gap only. Let that gap, let our mantra be that I am not going to react. Maybe for a few seconds. For example, now you go to home and you are with the family tomorrow also. And if you can remain aware that, okay, whatever comes in my life, I'll be aware. Let awareness is my mantra of life. And then something happens, you are aware, and maybe 8 out of 10 times, 7 out of 10 times, you will find that you have, you know, remained with this awareness, and then the quality of the response. Then whatever comes is response then, you know, in your life. If silence is the response, then yes, you will be silent also, and the silence will be your response sometimes. That is also true.
But sir, is depend
Thank
on
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
situation, sir. Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir.
What's
Good evening, sir.
depend on situation.
Chennai. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
I would
Am I audible, sir?
take it one by
The
one.
organizer Tanmay is saying something. First, I will
Oh,
listen.
sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yes, please,
I would
Tanmay
just
ji.
request you to kindly put that question in the chat box, and I'll, for the systematic flow, either one by one we could take up the questions.
This may be the last question, sir. Maybe my side. Ramakrishnan from Chennai.
Okay, last question of the day. Okay,
Yes,
please.
I am appreciating your presentation. Very nice, sir. Talking spirituality, everything. But my question is, in some situation, it is advisable to postpone the decision-making process. Critical situation. Few people are saying that the same Mahabharata also Lord Krishna used to tell, wait for some time till the process is over. Is it advisable to make the decision-making process pending for some time? Critical situation. Can you explain that process, please, sir?
No, but then that is the response. You know what? See, understand. Giving response is what is matters, not reaction. And when you say that probably this times I am delaying the process of responding, that is the response.
Achha.
Also. So it may be the response. See, anyway, right now what we are doing is that we are doing. And most of the time that is also true and correct also. But that is unconsciously, sometimes also. Now here what we are going to do is that we are going to bring all our responses, all our decision making in the conscious realm of life. We are going to remain conscious. We are just trying to know that whether my response or reaction is coming from my repetitive pattern of life. This is always I used to behave in a repetitive patterns from a long time and just carrying on the same reaction again or same pattern again, or now whether I am conscious. So with conscience also sometimes you are going to do the same thing which you have been doing because it is correct. The only thing is we will be conscious while responding, and once that gap between stimulus and response, one with certain meditative awareness, and I'm sure that some of the speakers in this session in the next 4 days, they are going to come out with some wonderful experiential practices also.
Yes, sir.
In their practices, we will be, in that state of calmness, quietness, in that self-awareness. You will see face to face with that awareness. And then probably we will know that, oh, that's another realm of existence. And in that realm, I am so much deeply one with my own intuitive forces of life. And once I am settled in that principal center of my life, there lies the wisdom, there lies the power, there lies the strength and the power and the character. And once the response is coming from that principal center of life, that response you can vouch that the best thing you can do at that moment of life.
Thank you, sir.
You will never regret. You always know that you did the best at that moment. You will not see back. You will regret. You will not regret. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Over to Tanmay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thanks a lot for the wonderful session, sir. The participants were so excited that they could not resist putting up the questions. I'm sure that most of the questions have been answered, and if not, I'll definitely keep them linked to you, sir. Definitely for your for future guidance.
Tanmay, just may I make one announcement before I leave?
Sure, sure, definitely.
Just
sir.
maybe just I may sound a little bit selfish, but let me be that selfish that sometimes whenever you are in Pune, you may drop to the Dr. Vishwanath Karad MIT World Peace University in Pune. I'll be there to, very much happy to meet you. And even if you may not come to meet me, and if you happen to be in Pune, then just 30 kilometers away from Pune, there is the world's biggest dome dedicated to Sant Dnaneshwara and Sant Tukaram, World Peace Dome. It is the biggest dome in the world. It is called as the, wonder of the world. So you can just go and see that dome. It's a marvelous, marvelous place. And you can always visit. And, there you can feel the amalgamation of science and spirituality also. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. That's so nice of you to welcome everyone to Pune. I would just like to thank you for this wonderful session once again. And you have taught us actually to how to overcome the shackles and how to actually break free from the patterns that have been amalgamated and that have been deeply embedded in our mind so much that we are not even conscious while we are responding, we are reacting, right? So instead of response, we're just reacting to the external stimulus. And this is a life learning lesson, and we'll all definitely keep into mind the learnings, and we'll definitely try to respond instead of reacting directly. And we would actually try to have a gap, and we'll try to have the consciousness while we're responding to any event. And I'm sure that that would help us to break free from all of these patterns that we have set into our own mind. So that is definitely one great virtue that you have contributed in this particular session, sir. I once again extend my heartily thanks to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank all the participants for their wonderful participation. And with this, we come to the end of the day one of this wonderful FDP, and we'll look forward to seeing every one of you tomorrow at the same time. Thank you.
Okay.
Namaskar,
Thank you. Thank you, Tanmay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, so the feedback forms have been shared with all of you, and you could fill up the same for your attendance form, and that would be all for today. Namaskar, everyone. Thank you. ठीक है बाबा एंड कर दिया